Hello, hello, everybody. Hope you're all having an awesome Sunday. How's it going, Llama Train, Heroes, The N House, Toka, Dozy Lion, Hit People Guy, Zonard Stark? Pretty decent. Glad you like the shared heroes. It's nice and cozy. It's, the temperature dropped like 20 freedom units, just 10 degrees Celsius, over the past couple of days, so it went from nice and warm to a brisk, cold autumn day over the course of just a few days. And now that means I get to wear cozy shirts on the stream, which is very exciting. And I get to have, like, more blankets on the bed. I generally enjoy colder weather, although I also like the sun, which is a bit of a paradox. May have accidentally napped part of the day away. Do it with intention. You can really get into your nap. You get to, like, have a beer beforehand, so it helps you fall asleep. Have a snack, some cheese or something. Get all cozy in the bed. Don't nap on the couch. This is more comfortable in the bed. At least that's my preference. Then you're basically just sleeping at that point. But it's good times. I love a good afternoon nap. I had one a couple hours ago myself. Can share body warmth. Excellent. How's it going, Benoit? Ugly Wombat, Lino, Nain, Don Vito. So it's that time of a week where we do exceptionally silly things. And boy, do I ever have something exceptionally silly today. Which I'm really, really excited to show off. We're going to utilize an interaction between some things that was added recently to do some things that are very silly. Curious about what I got planned? I'm going to reveal it only in pieces as we stumble upon it. And I'll ask everybody to keep the sense of suspense going, if you're willing to play along. As you see... So a few people know of what I'm going to do, or like that it's possible, but if you see the pieces coming into place and get an idea of where we're going, keep the suspense intact until we reach there. If you'd be willing to do that. Because then it'll be all the more glorious when it happens. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. But without further ado, I want to get into this. I'm super excited. Spent several hours before stream today making sure that this was going to work. And I am super, super excited for it. So what we're going to be doing is playing an Ascension 20 Ironclad run with this seed. That's it. No modifiers, no mods. This is unmodded Slay the Spire, so I cannot bring up the console. Here's the seed in chat if you'd like to follow along. You have that ability. But let us start out on presumably a regular Ascension 20 Ironclad run. Greetings, choose. Got a sneaking suspicion. Yeah, only making decisions that are completely logical and obvious. And this will work on any Ascension, I believe, other than... Might not work on Ascension 0, because the map generation changes. But I can believe you can do this on any... yeah, on basically any Ascension level. It might not work quite the same. In a couple of ways. And it would be spoilers to indicate how. Play on the highest available Ascension you have, if you want to. Anywho, I'm feeling like a boss relic start is completely reasonable here. for no particular reason whatsoever. And we're going to trade our Burning Blood in, getting a Velvet Choker, gaining us an energy at the start of our turn, and preventing us from playing more than 6 cards every turn. Usually a pretty good roll, right? Like, I consider Velvet Choker on Ironclad to be a very, very good roll for a starting relic swap. And this will give us the additional energy we need to do some damage. Yeah, immediately we can rule out, I'm not going to do any sort of... I'm immediately been locked out of any kind of infinite deck. Any deck that plays an infinite number of cards per turn, right? Like, because we can only play 6. So I'm going to have to really make those count if I want to defeat the Ascension 20 Heart. But Ironclad with Choker has plenty of ways to beat the A20 Heart. Plenty. And I'm going to take a totally normal and not at all very particular path through the Spire, starting here. In the middle. Middle-ish. Planning on going to this early shop to, I don't know, see what's there.
4 months of support. We are extremely
Fist of Rage!
impressed.
Thank you so much for those 4 months of supporting my acting skills. Just a few short months until I unlock the next level of acting badge. Thank you for continuing to support the stream. The Legend of 76 Ton. Which is not a comment about the Ironclad's weight, but is the seed that we're operating this this deck upon. Seems to be having a hard time with the 2 slimes fight. Just a little bit. It's possible that I screw this up, I'm not sure. With 4 energy, a Whirlwind sure feels like a good early card pick.
Raiding party!
Extra Credits is raiding the stream up with a party of 41. How's it going, Extra Credits? And Raiders, welcome. And hello. You've come at an excellent time. Just in time to see a totally normal Ironclad run that is not going to be unique in any... No, it's going to be... You're in for a show. I don't want to spoil exactly what we're going to be doing on this run, but suffice to say I am doing a seeded Ironclad run that encounters something particularly silly. So welcome aboard. How you been enjoying the Slay the Spire since the latest character edition? Saw that you've been playing quite a bit. Started the seed and got Tiny House as your relic. Oh, right, that's right. You'd need to be on the beta branch for this to work, Lino. If you're not on the exclamation point beta branch, you're going to get really different results here. Yeah, the changes are really welcome. Yeah, and I've seen a variety of mixed opinions on the Watcher, but I think the new changes are really interesting. And the run that we're actually doing is going to utilize some of that new stuff to do some very silly things. We meet again. It's everyone's favorite Ranwid. You do need... Yes, you do need Watcher unlocks. Oh, that's another good point, Carissa. You need to have all your Watcher unlocks done in order for this run to work as well. I'm going to give up a weak potion here. I think we can do without. 117 gold right before we go to the shop. A little bit pricey. Whirlwind before the shop, a little bit pricey. We'll give our weak potion. We get ourselves a Tungsten Rod. One of the great rare relics in the game. Whenever we would lose health, lose 1 less. Shop's got a bunch of nice stuff in it. Here's Akabiko. Ink Bottle's got shiny new art, by the way. Oh, I didn't even talk about the patch changes, but there was a patch. We can talk about that after this run. You know what's happening here? Shh, Tom, don't tell anyone. Keep it a secret. Keep it a secret. Until shenanigans occur. And you know what? I'm not gonna buy anything here. I've decided my money would be better spent elsewhere. Better spent elsewhere. The Cleric. Hello, friend. I am Cleric. How can I help you today? You know, Cleric, I'd sure love if you removed a strike from my deck. Sound good? Thanks. Just consulting my notes. Don't mind. Let's see. Question mark. That's right. Okay. Just double checking my pathing. Golden Idol. Come across an inconspicuous pedestal with a shining golden label. Well, we all know the golden idol's really, really good for upping your amount of money that you get over the course of a run, so we'll pick it up very happily. Grab my whirlwind upgrade so that we can get through some fights, and then jump on into a combat encounter here against the bird. Against the bird. Leave Heavy Blade Havoc. Other enemy card's not bad. We're fighting Guardian? We're fighting Guardian. I'd like some block cards. Some block cards. Yeah, don't worry about my pathing. I'm totally, this is totally normal Balelord pathing. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. So yeah, let's grab a cleave here. This way. This way. I think you'll just close the chat for the run. Fair enough, Seemly. Yeah, if you don't want spoilers, I'm sure people will start to guess at what's going to happen. I do want more block cards. How do I feel about an Iron Wave? Not like the best block card, but it's fine. I am Canadian. Canadian is I. That's true. So here we get a ceramic fish. Whenever we add a card to our deck, gain 7 gold. Okay. This is one of the less good new relics, in my opinion. Usually this doesn't give you very much money over the course of a run, right? And I'm really surprised that this thing has not gotten buffed since it was added, right? 7 gold. When Mob Bank was originally added to the game, it was 5 gold per floor, and would break if you spent money at a shop. And I kind of expected this to have the same fate, that it would get a really big numerical increase, but it has not. It has. I'm a moose. I am. That's why I never show you my bottom half. It's just moose. I'm a moose centaur, as most Canadians are. As most Canadians are. Okay, double checking my pathing again. Pressure. Fire. Right, okay. So we're going to go ahead and upgrade our Bash for the extra turn of Vulnerable. We're going to find a dead adventurer on the floor. And you know what? I don't know if I want to deal with this guy. Eviscerated and chopped Legavulin? Probably shouldn't do this. I think this is risky. So I'm going to pass. That's what I'm supposed to do there. And I'm gonna beat this guy up. Get beated up, nerd. Alright, got ourselves an ancient potion to gain an artifact. I think a second Iron Wave? Feels like it's still low impact. Who are you and what did you do to Baylor? What have you done? What am I supposed to upgrade? Guess I'll take an upgrade to Iron Waves or something weird like that. Let's see, what do we got here? A bunch of stuff. Could remove a strike here. Could add an anger. Almost strike's okay. Armaments is okay. Oh, the cards are different here. That's right. With 99 gold, what do I want to do here? Not a prismatic shard run. It's not, apparently. We can't afford it. I think I'm taking armaments at this shop. And we're going to upgrade that. So we can have a whole bunch of upgraded stuff against the Guardian here. We will attempt to beat into a pulp. We might even succeed. How hilarious would it be if this run just dies to Guardian? Would that be the greatest thing ever, or what? Is this still the E20 streak? No, J-Merc. We are doing something very different on this run. Something very different. Fortunately, whenever damage slips through the tungsten rod will help mitigate it, which is quite nice. What we're doing right now is a seeded ironclad run on Ascension 20. 76 ton is the name of our seed. Tell me I'm not getting hit by that. There we go. 76 tungsten rod. I like that. A little bit of damage here. Alright, Guardian's been defeated. We're gonna get ourselves either a Reaper, a Barricade, or a Berserk. Reaper seems kind of nice as a way to heal, but it might just slow us down. What's special about this seed? Watch and see, Fumblebee. Watch and observe. I think I skip all of these, actually. Get out of here. And our choices now are the Cursed Key, gain an energy at the start of our turn whenever we would open a non-boss chest, obtain a curse. Runic Cure, whenever you lose health, draw one card. Or Calling Bell, upon pickup, get a unique curse and 3 relics. This deck would love additional energy just so that we could play Whirlwind, right? I wouldn't mind a Curse Key here. Could also take the Calling Bell. Given that we already have 4 energy, we could justify maybe Calling Bell to get the 3 extra relics. I think I'm just going to go with the energy here from the Curse Key. That should let us cleave through the hallway fights of this act pretty well. Pretty well. Let's start over here and go to the shop with what money we have. Is Curse Key the best energy relic? Best is pretty subjective when it comes to energy relics. I wouldn't call it the best by any means. But I also wouldn't call it the worst by any means. It's somewhere in the middle. If you're on a heart run, it's a little bit worse because you have to open a chest to get the blue key. Depending on your class, like I think for Ironclad generally likes the choker a little bit more. But it could go either way. Can definitely go either way. Let's see a ghostly armor. We need another decent block card here. Well, we just kind of whirlwind our way through fights. Birds? Oh no, not the birds. Whatever will I do about that? You know, I'm not even gonna block this, just so I can flex on these nerds. My tungsten rod. Just block for 42, okay. Utorian tungsten rod synergize, yeah. Like, more complicated answer to that is no. In that they don't, like, there's nothing. It's hard to explain. Anyway, the long and short of it is, like, they works like you want it to, and Tori and Tungsten Rod will result in you taking a ton of damage. Or blocking a ton of damage, taking 0 a lot of the time. If Tori triggers and you have Tungsten Rod, you'll take 0 damage. There we go. I completely failed at explaining that. Which is not necessarily a synergy by some definitions, because they're not doing anything that they wouldn't be doing otherwise. But they definitely work well together. Ooh, Blood Potion. Okay. And how do I feel about Uppercut versus Metallicize Plus? With 5 energy, Uppercut seems like a pretty good card. The order of obtaining does not matter, I don't believe. Tori always triggers first, to my knowledge. Let's go to Rego Targaryen. Let's grab an Uppercut. As you continue your ascent, the thick black smoke begins to billow out of the ground and walls around you, coalescing into 3 masked forms. Start to speak. Hey there! Do you want to become a spooky ghost? I think the answer is no. We don't have a lot of max health to start with. We've got a blood potion that's going to heal us based on max health.
One of our most valued supporters says continued support of the X.
Rego Targaryen, thank you so much for those 7 months of Twitch Prime support. Excuse me. Well on your way to that new Watcher energy badge. And thank you so much for the long-standing support. That's true. Apparition, with Tungsten Rod, Apparition damage would be reduced to 0. So that's a reason to take this. I think I'm going to pass. I'm going to pass. How disappointing, they say. And you know what? They're not wrong. Well, they're not wrong. Do I want to buy anything here? We could buy a Bludgeon with our energy. We could buy an Inflame. Get 21 gold for the apparitions? You know, I didn't even think of it. I honestly didn't even consider that. 21 additional gold. Huh. That's cute. So everything here is essentially 7 gold cheaper. I like that. Could buy another armaments on sale. We already have one upgraded, though. You know what? The store is stinky. I put in a completely random seed, yeah. And I'm just, like, playing this deck with no plan as for how I'm going to scale it. Like, how does this scale up enough to beat, say, Bronze Automaton? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I think I'm going to pass on all this nonsense. You know? Too much for me to handle. Too much. We're going to fight these jerks instead, which is definitely enough for me to handle. With my deck as is, right? It's going to be fine. It's going to be completely fine. Stupid avocado. Long and lucrative. 2 things my acting career will definitely not be. Oh, that's funny though. 7 times 2. This would deal how much damage? Guess we're becoming vulnerable here. Fortunately, Whirlwind with 5 energy is just kind of carrying us. I'll take a Shockwave. Sure, apply 3 weaken, 3 vulnerable to all enemies. Do we want an Explosive Potion? I'm thinking we don't. But I do want to rest to stay topped up. Dipping a little bit low on health here. Just make sure that I've got plenty. We fight Centurion and Mystic. I don't think they'll give us too much trouble. Conveniently taking 0 with Tungsten Rod here. This will do 40 damage, so not enough. Classic Baylor move. Yeah, resting at half health with Ironclad. Seems totally reasonable. I got a blood potion even. I'm like, no, I feel the need to rest here. Totally normal, logical. I would in fact call it the optimal play, really. Like, you're just objectively wrong if you didn't do exactly this from the beginning. Right? Everyone should see that. Such a blatant play coming from miles away. Coming from miles away. Alright, more whatever cards. Don't need that. Instead, let's keep advancing through the act. I don't really want to, like, get any relics or fight anything. I just figure taking a whole bunch of events is probably my best path from here. Yeah, guy wants to give me a relic? Sure, give me a relic. Pantograph. Start of boss combats, heal 25. I'm down for that. This chest has got a curse in it. I don't want a curse. Even though the curse gives me 7 gold. I'm gonna skip this, because I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. We're gonna upgrade Shockwave now. We're gonna upgrade Shockwave now. Yeah, we don't want to accidentally fight any elites. We don't need that. Offer Golden Idol. In front of you sits an altar to a forgotten god. Atop the altar sits an ornate female statue with arms outstretched. Here we're given the ability to give up our Golden Idol to get the Bloody Idol. This is always one of the worst events in Act 2. That's pretty brutal. Obtain a special relic, lose Golden Idol. Means we're now going to heal for 5 health anytime we attain gold. And that'll, with the ceramic fish, means that we're now going to heal 5 health whenever we add a card to the deck. Oh, hey. It's our old friend, the Knowing Skull. You find yourself in an old, decorated chamber. In the center of the room, a large skull sits atop an ornate pedestal. As you approach, the skull bursts into flames and turns to face you. What is it you seek? What is it you offer? In sync with its final words, the door behind you slams shut. Caltic, make me one with everything. You know, riches seem like they'd be pretty good, right? Can trade some of our health here to get some money. 6 hit points for 90 gold. I'll take that. Oh, wait. I didn't lose any hit points. So the tungsten rod here causes us to take 1 less damage from this option when we click on it. And then we're gaining gold, so the Bloody Idol heals us for 5, which means we're paying no hit points to gain 90 gold. So I can take this option as many times as I want. But wait. Don't we have a ceramic fish too? Which means if we add a card to our deck, we also gain money, and we should heal up the same amount. Which means I can click Get a Colorless card, and I will also heal for 6 health. Which means I can also do this as many times as I want. Which is going to be an awful lot of times. Hold on. Can I run this event for the fruit juice? I don't think that I can, because the potions aren't going to heal us in any way. We don't get money when we get the potions. So we have no way to, benefit from the potions being repeatedly added to the thing, right? My health has gone down. Yeah, it's actually a little bit of a delay. So the the animation takes a moment to actually add the card to the deck, so there's a little delay there. And if I click fast enough, I'm overwhelming that, and it's going down. But it all evens out in the end. It's just buffered a little bit. I would have to click, like, faster than I'm humanly capable of to even come close to dying here. We need more gold? I agree, yeah. Let's get some of the both options in here. We need at least, what, like 100,000 gold, right? We gotta break our record from last time. Last time we had, last time we only had like 9,000 gold from this event. But this time we're doing way better. Spire is a totally balanced game with no exploits. That's right. That's right. I still want more colorless cards. How many of these do I need? I did math on this. For the strategy I'm planning on. We need definitely at least 1,000 cards, I'm pretty sure. That seems like a reasonable amount. 1,000 cards. And like 100k-ish money. I should have set up an auto-clicker. I didn't think about that ahead of time. I'm just like, I'll click this. It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. And have so many free cards make the color really bad. Oh, I'm sure we'll figure out a way around it. How do I leave? Do I want to leave? Do I even want to leave? So I'm really looking forward to the run summary page for this event. I'm hoping it crashes the game when I try to load it. I really want to know. Yeah, I figure we'll go to about 1,000 cards in the deck here. Upgrade Mind Blast ASAP. Which one? 989 cards is not the maximum, no. You can go above that. We're apparently at 1,001. That's pretty fitting. 1,001 cards in deck. And here they all are. You know, all of the cards in our deck, which looks totally normal, kind of like a pattern. And we can immediately see something interesting about the Skull event, which is that we only get uncommon colorless cards when we ask for a colorless card, which is really crappy. You should never use this option because it's a terrible rate, right? A random uncommon colorless card is likely to be crap, right? That's why the uncommon colorless card start bonus is terrible, or used to be terrible before they made it a choice of 3. So you should never ask for colorless cards from Knowing Skull. It's not a good deal. Take some more money though. That sounds great. That sounds great. What am I gonna do with all this money? I don't even know. Is there even a Mind Blast here? I'm sure there's gotta be a few. Somewhere in there. Somewhere in there. Is there an achievement for taking 1,000 damage in an event? There should be. There should be. We'll stop at like 50k. Now we gotta go 100,000, right? Is the digit gonna overlap with the potion? I've actually never seen how high gold goes. If you get to, like, where the numbers go if you get 6 digits. Can afford a red mask? We can only hope one day that we'll have enough money for a red mask. You mortals never change. All you do is click. Laughs and Thornton. The Thornton memes. It's so good. How much money do you have? Yes. Hopefully we get a membership card in the next shop so that we can double this. Would Tori have an effect here? No, it would not. Tori wouldn't do anything here. Since it's not attack damage, and Tori specifies it has to be attack damage. What is the combination of relics required from this? So, all you need is a max health below 70, a tungsten rod, and a bloody idol for the infinite money. If you want to also get infinite colorless cards, you must add a... Whoops, I added a Mind Blast. You must add a ceramic fish to your, into the relics required as well. And that'll allow you to get the infinite cards added. Oh. I was hoping that would light up to 9999, but we're 10 gold short. Alright, I'll take one more. Yes! The money's actually behind the potion. I broke the money counter. Excellent. Oh, that's excellent. Alright, give me a different potion then. So it's actually, yeah, it's actually overlapped. If the potion thing's transparent, so you can see it. But it is overlapping. We have 100,079 gold. And here we can also show off that infinite potions are not available. If we click get a potion, we end up down several points of health. Because there's no effect that heals us with the potion. Though we can drink our... blood potion there. But there's no availability for infinite potions. So I think we're done here. We have 1,000 cards, we have 100,000 gold. And the door is apparently behind us. Good talk. Alrighty. So from here, how do we get stronger? We gotta beat the heart, right? So we have to make sure we're strong enough to do that. With our deck of all colorless cards. What is that potion? This is the Heart of Iron. Gain 6 Metallicize, which is a pretty dang good potion. I'm gonna grab a recall here. Can the game handle this many innate cards? Oh, it sure can. It sure can. The deck has a lot of innate cards in it. Oh man, they're sorted by card type now. Deck has a lot of innate cards in it, many of which are Mind Blast. So innate cards start in your hand at the start of combat. And if you have more than 5 innate cards, then they all start in your opening hand. Up to a 10 card. And if you have more than 10 innate cards, then 10 of them are your opening hand, and the rest are on top of the deck in a random order. So if we drew more cards, we would draw into... Sure, I'll take the healing from card picks. We gotta heal every time we pick a card. I'm gonna upgrade this Mind Blast. That one specifically. My hand is full. And so is the boss. Good fight. Good fight. Imagine upgrade all cards. Wouldn't that be nice? Would that not be nice? Have I planned which Mind Blast upgrade? And I've not planned anything beyond exactly where we are right now. Yeah, that was a close one. Real close fight. We'll pick a feed so that we can maybe get our max health up if we're lucky. And now our relic options are Pandora's Box, transform all strike and defend cards. Snecko Eye, start of each turn, draw 2 extra cards, but start confused. Does Pandora's Box give us like 70 gold? That's actually kind of cool. We transform these cards. Not that we'll ever draw what we get. Or we can get a corn chip, which holds double salsa. And makes your potions twice as effective. Which might be nice, actually, right? This Heart of Iron is then 12 Metallicize. We get a bottle. How does that affect the innate? It's treated as equal priority to all the other innate cards, Zephyr. So it'll be randomly drawn amongst them if you have more than 10. But there's no difference in priority there. They're treated exactly the same. Alrighty, we should probably pick up our keys. So we're gonna have to take a curse from a chest. We'll want to fight some elites, you know, just to get stronger enough. And we might as well hit up a shop, right? We have plenty of money. We have plenty of money. Oh no, a curse. That upgraded Mind Blast. I specifically upgraded a Mind Blast. You. Why are you not in my hand? Rude. So rude. So you'll note that on every turn we draw like a random mixture of Mind Blast and Dramatic Entrance. It is possible to draw only Dramatic Entrances on our turn, but the chance to do so is vanishingly small. And so we don't need to worry about it. Alright, store, what do you got? What do you got? Actually, you know, I've always wanted to do this to a store, and I don't think I ever have. Let me buy the rug. Give me a rug. Whoops, I was muted there. I'll give you 888 gold for this rug. Please, sir. If I had 100k left, I could still buy the rug. Damn it, we were just short. We were just short. Yeah, there was a store here. It's mine now. Thanks for the stuff. You like gold? Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. Uh-oh. Our only nemesis. Darklings. Would Courier have allowed me to buy every relic? Basically every relic, yeah. Pretty much. So the next turn, if we get a fight that has to go more than one turn, we're only going to draw 5 cards. But it'll be a random mixture again of Mind Blast and Dramatic Entrance. Don't need any of that. We want to take events or fights? Probably events, right? Are shop relics replaced by random relics? Yes, so you can't get all the shop relics. You'd only be able to get whatever shop relic was in the pool, plus every remaining common, uncommon, and rare relic that's in the pool. And if you've been to a shop earlier in the run, that won't be every relic. Begin to fall. Lose Mind Blast. You're out of your mind. I'll lose Combust, though. I'll lose Combust, though. I'm pretty okay with that. I like Mind Blast right where it is, at dealing exactly 999 damage. That feels really fitting, truthfully. I like it. I like it. They pew-pewed. Searing Blow, no thanks. We drew the upgraded one. Get him. Get them. Got ourselves a sundial. Every 3 times we shuffle the draw pile, gain some stuff. Gonna take damage to the spiker. This is a disaster. An unmitigated disaster. How did it come to this? Oh, you know, the usual, Chrono. Boy finds tungsten rod, bloody idol, and ceramic fish. Boy meets skull. Boy and skull fall in love. Boy and skull have a breakup in which the boy wins a settlement of 100,000 gold. Boy goes on rampage through the Spire. You know, the classic love story. Classic love story. Give me a curse. Oh, rip Bottle Lightning. We could have shown off the bottle interaction, but gotta be a Sapphire Key from me, thanks. Grab one more elite. Because why not? We're gonna upgrade this copy of Mind Blast. This one specifically. Found another shop? Oh boy. We can buy more stuff here. I like stuff. Give me a singing bowl, so now I can skip cards for 2 max health. Mercury Hourglass, 3 damage. Clockwork Souvenir gives me an artifact at the start of combat. Going to remove this strike. You know, we don't want to draw too many cards that aren't, you know, we gotta draw the good ones. If the deck size is too large, then our draw consistency is going to be down. We go to a shop, but do not click on the merchant to see what he has. Do we still remove relics from the pool? I can't remember the answer to that question. Chronometrics, I think, knows the answer to that one. But I've never bothered to remember the answer to that one. Because ultimately the decision making. Okay, so you do still remove the relics from the pool. That's what I thought. So there's no difference. You might as well look at what is in the store. Because it's getting removed from the pool anyway, and having information about what's been removed from the pool is useful to you. Go on Hero Quest. I don't think we need anything else here. Like my 1009 card deck. But I will definitely fight these nerds. Wow, I almost drew no Mind Blast this turn. Prayer Wheel says normal enemies drop an extra card award. Take some max health. Fight Nemesis again. Runic Dodecahedron gives us an extra energy if our health is full. And 2 more max health. I'll take it. I'll take it. We're going to upgrade this Mind Blast. Grr. Grr. Alright, who's next? Good fight. Very good fight. GG Time Eater as well. Alrighty, to thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of this evil? Alright, does anybody want to guess what the score is gonna be here when we hit this heart? What number is gonna show up? In fact, closest, put in your guesses now. Closest without going over will win a gift sub in chat. I'll probably need help figuring out who that was. Oh, that's amazing, Infernium. You drew 5 dramatic entrances. Amazing. I was wondering what the odds of that were. It can't be that high. Oh, hold on, we're not ending. I just fumbled my hotkey there. Alrighty, I'm gonna cut off the votes in a few seconds here. So make sure you get your get in your guesses. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, end. Okay, there's the cutoff point. Ready your blade, dealing 3,031 damage. The heart squirms and bleeds, but is ultimately still pounding. Are your mightiest attacks not enough? 3,031. So definitely a couple people got pretty close. Semester 1 had 3,100. How do I even figure out who got closest? I have no idea. Rayu said 3,000. Rayu said 3,000. Is that the closest? That's the closest. I believe it's Karayu who guessed 3,000 early on. In which case, Karayu, congratulations. You have already got a sub to the channel, but if you would like to name anyone in chat or ask for a random gift sub, then whomever you wish will be granted a sub to the channel. How's it going, Tixie? I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade this Mind Blast. Rando it can do. Alright, one random gift sub courtesy of Kureyu. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
Commander, we've just received the support of another
Senator
council
Krill!
member.
Welcome to the council. Enjoy your new emotes, the community, and your newfound smug sense of superiority courtesy of the 100,000 gold ironclad. Who's gonna buy the heck out of this store? Oh man, cell-forming clay? Oh my. Okay, well, that's definitely all we needed here. Cell-forming clay says whenever we lose health, gain 3 block next turn. I'll buy out this store too. That sounds fun. Sounds really fun. Discovery's a good card, and we might need it. We might indeed. We just might. Alrighty. One Mind Blast for you. One Mind Blast for you. And one War Paint for us. Enlightenment and Bandage Up plus, my god. That's incredible. Now, we face off against the Corrupt Heart of the Spire. How does this deck beat the Heart, you might be wondering? And the answer is Mind Blast does 1,000 damage. And I think we'll be okay. Pew. Oh, that's right. The Heart has a cap on, you know, how much damage it can take in a single turn. So I can play all the Mind Blasts I want, but they're not actually doing a whole lot. Fortunately, we have 12 points of Metallicize. And we also have Self-Forming Clay, getting us value off the Beat of Death here. We're also not vulnerable. And the Heart is weak. Well, we got Pen Nib ready. Our next Mind Blast is going to be over 1,000. And Bronze Scales chip it in, too, here. GG, Mr. Hart. It was a good battle. You got close. Almost took us down there, in fact. Was really worried for my safety. But GG. G. Frickin' G. Yeah, not even perfect. Rip. And that's how you can break Spire. With a couple of the new relics that have been added. That's not even my highest score run, what? Excuse me? How is that not my highest score run, what? Oh, because we didn't kill any elites! Oh my god, that's hilarious. It's not even that many points in the end? Yeah, I like gold. 100,000 and the 694. We did get beyond perfect. We did get the overkill bonus. We did get, you know, 4 perfect elites and 20 collector bonuses. But not even that high in the end. GG. GG. We also got a time bonus on the score there. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, now what I really want to look at is the run history of that run. Ironclad Victory Ascension level
Excellent
20.
work, Commander.
Here's our deck
This
that we had.
council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Oppenheimer Digger, thank you so much for those 3 months of Twitch Prime support. Greatly appreciate. the continued Council funding. And in return, enjoy your renewed smug sense of superiority and your new shiny defect energy badge. A couple folks correctly pointing out that a courier find could have made this even sillier by letting us do things like buy all of the relics in a shop, all of them, or something equally silly. And I did not manage to find a seed that also got a courier in addition to doing this. But I ran out of time before today's stream. I was genuinely concerned that this interaction might be removed or patched out in the near future, and I wanted to make sure I took advantage of it before it was altered, if it is going to be altered soon. I hope not, by the way. Casey Anthony, if you're listening here, please don't fix this. It's hilarious to be able to get infinite money in cards off of one very, very specific, unlikely to achieve interaction. Yeah, really even distribution for the added cards, right? Shows the law of large numbers in effect. Although the 38 Swift Strikes was really lagging behind there. Curious. So it was, yeah, here. So that box just keeps going off the bottom of the screen. For who knows how long. We took 12,126 damage, obtained 93,060 gold, and obtained all of these cards. Yeah, if you missed the run, Mr. Homebooth, then I think this is the perfect image to summarize just what happened. The interaction is Bloody Idol plus Tungsten Rod plus the Knowing Skull event. And Ceramic Fish, allowing us to gain infinite money and infinite cards, which creates a deck that has lots of copies of Mind Blast in it. Chops with the Prismatic will still only offer the character's colored cards. That's right, Kenshiro. Unfortunately. Otherwise, we could do something really silly and get every card in the game added to one deck in a legit run, which would be incredible. And I would love to see that. I would love to see the run summary of that in particular. The gold gained didn't count Ceramic Fish, really. Yeah, it didn't. You're right. Because we gained 93,000 gold, but we ended at 100,000.
Commander,
so there's 7,000 gold missing there.
Most valued supporters. Says continued support of the
Squidroll123, thank you so much for those 9 months of Twitch Prime support. Greatly appreciate the continued council funding, and enjoy that shiny new Watcher energy badge. Thanks so much for supporting the stream as long as you have. Alrighty, where do we go from here? This was a very silly run. Very happy that I was able to put this together. And I hope that this continues to be something that's possible, because there's a lot of silly things you can do with this, and in particular, I'm interested in the high score potential of this interaction, allowing you to collect a lot of collector bonuses for your run. Especially if combined with, say, hypothetically speaking, I don't know, courier? Hypothetically speaking, of course. That is definitely not all I have for today. Before we jump into our next run, I'm going to take a short break, refill my water, stretch my legs, grab a quick snack, and then we'll jump into some more modded / custom / challenge runs. What if there's a seed that defect swaps into Pandaro's getting several copies of Storm? I'm pretty sure there must be, Kenshiro. I bet I could find such a thing. Probably get it like I think 3 Storms would be reasonable from Pandora's, but you couldn't get more than that. Like 8 Storms, for example, off of Pandora's swap, you would never be able to find. But 3 or 4 seems reasonable. Seems reasonable. Hey, I'm gonna leave this run history up when during the break. I'll be right back Enjoy the befuddlement in chat. And when I return, more Monday, Sunday nonsense. Thank you, everybody, in advance for your patience. Stay tuned. Alrighty, I am back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. It's nice to be able to take a quick little break. I did it, you madman. How's it going, Mini Minotaur? Yeah, you just missed the game getting cracked in half. Update a couple of things, and I'm gonna reboot Spire here with mods so that we can do our next couple of runs. Oh, great question, Jimmy Hendrick. Who found the seed for the last run? That seed was found using a tool called Seed Search, which is created by Forgotten Arbiter. And it was with Forgotten Arbiter's help that I identified this seed. So it was both. I did the searching for it myself, but the ability to do so was given to me by Arbiter, who does have a publicly available version of the utility available somewhere. Let's see if I can remember the link to this. Yeah, here's the utility used. So here's a link to the Seed Search on GitHub. If you wish to download it, I think I've got a different version than the publicly available one at the moment. Let us jump on in to something else here as well. Reboot Spire with the mods real quick. I do hope to do a variant of that with Courier at some point. We might see something like that next week if the interaction still exists. That's my hope anyway. So base mod and custom starts. STS lib. Debug mode. Okay. Spire booting back on up. Did we knowing skull ceramic fish bloody idol for infinite cards or something? That's exactly what we did, Pearly Whirly. That is exactly what just happened. Alright, here we go. We got modded Spire up, so I've got access to the console now. And I've got some ideas, which involve actually some of the new stuff that was just added. So there were patch notes on, I think, Friday. We didn't have a stream on Friday. And yesterday we were playing Enter the Gungeon, which was really, really enjoyable, by the way. The first of our community-suggested, community-decided games for the month, thanks to everybody who voted on those. I was playing Enter the Gungeon for the first time yesterday and had a really good time. Pretty likely that I will check out more of the Gungeon, because I found it so dang enjoyable. It seems like a game that really rewards having a lot of knowledge about its mechanics, and there's so many wacky guns to try that I was having a very good time. So, Ink Bottle got new arts. Card called Discipline has been added. Several upgrades were reworked. Fasting got a nerf. Master Reality got reworked again. How many versions of Master Reality have we been through at this point? Like 5, I think? I think 5. Nirvana got moved to Uncommon. Prey gets an upgrade rework. Rushdown moved down to Uncommon. Scrawl got reworked. And then a few nerfs. And the card I'm really interested in, and the card that's going to be the subject of our next run, is the current iteration of Master Reality, which I think is really cool. I think is really, really cool. Bitbugged, it doesn't always work. Uh-oh. Is it gonna not do what I need it to do? That'd be terrifying. Because I had a run idea based on this incarnation of Master Reality, which says, whenever a card is created during combat, upgrade it. Oh, it doesn't... Oh no, it doesn't work with Dead Branch or Nilries. That was the whole thing I wanted to do with it. Uh-oh. Well, we'll see if it works with, We'll see if it works with Hello Worlds, which is what I'm planning on doing with it. But there's lots of opportunities for cards to be created during combat. And I'm interested to see how this interacts with all of them. In theory, Master Reality should upgrade any shivs you generate. It should upgrade anything created by Discovery, by Transmutation, by Jack of all Trades, by, in theory, Dead Branch, Nilry's Codex, Hello World, Creative AI. Lots of stuff creates cards during combat. And having a blanket way to upgrade all of those is really, really cool. Not only does Watcher specifically have tons of cards that generate other cards, which this is intended to interact with. Like Evaluate. Gain 6 block, shuffle an Insight into your draw pile. Shuffle stuff into your draw pile, put stuff into your hand. Lots of Watcher cards that do these things. And so Master Reality interacts with all of those, but it also... Yeah, Metamorphosis. Stuff like that. Apparently doesn't currently work with Branch or Codex. But there's some other fun stuff we could do with it. We'll see what it interacts with. And it might just make it the subject for a run. If not, we'll have to wait until it gets changed. Should work with Dual Wield too, in theory. We could maybe test a bunch of these interactions. But the idea I have right now is to play a run with... What do we want to get? Four color common cards? That sounds fun. Let's do it 4-colored here. For maximum wackiness. And let's see if upgraded common cards from Hello World can work. Yeah, Nightmare. Like, there's so many instances. Anything that duplicates cards. Infernal Blade, Distraction. Let's see, we want... I'm going to be replacing the starting relic, so I think we just want relic dependencies and interactions. And I think Ironclad's going to be best for that. Go Ironclad. Will this ever get picked in a normal watch run? Yes, definitely, Foon. Definitely. Any run with like a Nilri's Codex or a Dead Brit. Well, like, if once they fix that. Because I imagine they'll fix that. Such that either those that it interacts with those relics, but if that interaction is fixed, as I imagine it will be, it'll be super pickable for any instance where you have Dead Branch, any instance where you have, like, a lot of smites or safeties being generated, any instance where... What else adds cards? Does that affect, like, attack potions and stuff, too? Because that is crazy. The sheer number of things that have interactions there is really cool. We'll do this on Ascension 15. Might be difficult. We'll have the ending enabled, and we're gonna go diverse. So cards are not restricted by my character. Okay, though, I won't be allowed to add cards to the deck anyway. And we're going to... I'm not sure if this works with Watcher cards, so I'm going to manually replace my starting deck. So we're going to remove Burning Blood. Replace it with a Mummified Hand as our starting relic, because this is the only way I see this working. Deck remove. We'll remove, let's see, Strike Red. 4, 5. We'll add a Master Reality and Hello World. Oops. Failed the shortcut there. I want to see if these two interact with each other, and we'll also add a boot sequence so that we can do something on turn 1. So the interaction here is whenever a card's created during combat, upgrade it. And then 3 copies of Hello World. Start your turn, add a random common card into your hand. How is that going to work with a Master Reality? Let's check this out. I'm really curious to see where this goes. Let me update my rules command real quick here before we get started. We're Ironclad. I think we should just take advantage of Ironclad's relics. I wanted to be able to get access to, like, self-forming clay and stuff. So let's see if this even works. We didn't draw it. Okay. Hold on. Well, let's get our 3 Hello Worlds in play. So on every turn, we add 3 random common cards into our hand, and they're from any class. If we also play Master Reality, then whenever a card is created, it is upgraded. And that does work! So the cards coming in from Hello World are indeed upgraded, which is awesome. And I'm very excited about that. So we're going to be getting random upgraded common cards every single turn. And any similar powers we get our hands on, like Creative AI or what have you, should work in the same way. Maybe I'll add a... do I want to add a Creative AI to this deck so we're getting 3 common cards and a random upgraded power? That sounds great. Let's do that. we'll add one to the deck. And then if we find something else suitably silly, we'll pick it up too. Also, ow. You note though that we're not guaranteed block in any way, shape, or form. Why is the retain keyword going crazy there? And then I'm going to say I'm not allowed to take cards that don't generate other cards. That's the restriction. We can take anything we want, as long as it generates another card in combat. But none of these do. So the Mummified Hand will let me get all the powers in play. Oh yeah, with the Mummified Hand, Creative AI might be silly. And we'll just have to see about that. Me, my upgraded power. A Deva Form Plus? Oh my god. What I've always wanted for Christmas. Any shift cards will be allowed, that's right. That's right. Upgraded Deadly Poison. Apparently. I'm down. Oh, this is so fun. This is so fun. One of these add a card? Alright, shop. Do I trust you? What do we go for? Let's see, how many elites can we fight? Just 2, from the looks of it. Trying to figure out if I want to go to the shop or not. Why isn't it Slimed Plus? Why indeed? Actually, a really fun... Actually, let me show off a really cool interaction real quick, though. That I had no idea was, because I did a little bit of testing with Master Reality here, and was pleasantly surprised to learn the conditions under which it'll upgrade a card. I don't know if they're upgraded with Master Reality. Cool. So any card created mid-combat is upgraded, right? If I cheat a card into my hand, I get an upgraded version of the card, even if I did not specify that it would be upgraded, because the power upgrades console-edited cards. Which is really neat, and kind of hilarious that it was coded like that. We'll see the potion interaction hopefully at some point. Here, if we add, with Cloak and Dagger, we can add shivs to our hand, and we can see that these shivs are now upgraded too. So shivs are benefited. If you play 2 Master Realities... Oh, does it stack? Probably not. It's a good question, though. I have no idea if it stacks. A guaranteed creative AI got put in play there. Orb cards! So we have a bit of a slow start, but once, as the deck gets flooded with more and more cards... Oh man, a Corruption? That doesn't generate cards though, so I'm not allowed to take it, right? I am only allowed to take cards that add other cards to our deck. Tragically. That is definitely tragic. This feels like I should use a fire potion. Just a guess. Just a guess. Be in pretty big trouble, actually. Not kill me, wizard. For I do not wish to die. Okay, not too bad. Alright, we get to kill the wizard. Take a little bit. Take a little bit. Definitely have a little bit of a slow start. None of these generate cards. How good am I against burning elites? I guess let's find out. This might go badly. Only on Ascension 15, though. Triple sentries. We got everything out. Oh boy, Havoc can hit that dazed for me. Perfect. It's just what I wanted. There are no actual cards that do anything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not good. That is definitely not good. Okay. Still taking damage this turn. We're gonna need to rest at this fire for sure. Hopefully I'm surviving this fight. It's kind of dependent upon, a few things, but I could do something broken here. Hold on. Can I kill the middle sentry? I think I can, right? I think I can kill that middle sentry. By playing Dark Embrace. And then we go Slice. Quick Slash draws the Slice. Slice again. Havoc. Hits the Quick Slash. Draw the Slice again. Slice. Body Slam Havoc. Draw the Body Slam again. Okay, now we're done. Good turn. Good turn. So, Havoc will hit Daze currently, or we can Shrug into Daze. That's even better. And then I got Shrug and Body Slam, so we can do this. Exhaust synergies are fun. What happens if you Havoc nothing? Predictably, nothing. Tori! Whenever we receive 5 or less unblocked attack damage, reduce it to 1. None of these channel cards or create cards, that's okay. We're still fine with what we have. 12 cards, match them to keep them. There's an afterimage here? Diverse matching keeps kind of cool. Box contains Paper Frog. Enemies with vulnerable take 75% more damage rather than 50%. How many common cards inflict vulnerable? What does Master Reality do? The new Master Reality says whenever a card is upgraded during combat, upgrade it. Take the... There's enough common cards. Like there's Thunderclap, there's the Watcher card, there's Beam Cell. Terror's uncommon, but there's at least 3 common cards that create vulnerable. Off the top of my head. What's it called? Crushed Joints is common, I believe. Sender's Bane, though. Oh boy, an upgraded Echo form. Just what I needed. Thanks for that. The knob might give me a bit of trouble if these are the cards I'm generating. Oh boy. That's terrifying. Hello? Okay, just take the hit. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we are talking. Got a Flying Sleeves Plus. Got a Heavy Blade Plus. Got a static discharge plus? Actually, hold on. Is that the one I want? I think I duplicate this. So we get 4 lightning orbs if he hits me. Which he's going to, as you can probably tell. And then I want to take 1 damage, which Tori will make pretty easy to do. In fact, I can even hologram my heavy blade. Alright, hit me for 1 damage, Mr. Knob. But this is a daily. This is a custom run, Knock, which we've set up with console commands, where we're checking out the new Master Reality, which says when a card is created during combat, upgrade it. And the question is, can we win with just upgraded Hello Worlds and a creative AI, and then adding anything else that adds cards into our hand? Is it also a legal pick? Like a flex pot. We're fighting Hexaghost? That should be easy with Tori, right? That should be easy. All I have to do is not die to these nerds. Definitely easy, as long as you can hurt them. Feels like we have a really rough turn 1, though, most times. Uh-oh. Am I dead? No, I'm not. I am not. But I'm almost dead. Go to 1 health there. I've been told that No Reese doesn't work. We'll test it at the end of this run. We'll test all the possible interactions of Master Reality to see how they work. See what synergizes, what doesn't. Really hoping we find like a tungsten rod or something. We're having such a hard time getting everything in play. Pretty yikes. Pretty yikes. Ouch. Hoping we could upgrade one of these cards. Every turn we're getting quite a few thingamajorbs going off. Yeah, turn 1's consistent, everything else is like terrifying. Also, the turn 1 is pretty terrifying though, considering. Elixir, exhaust any number of cards in our hand. That's another creative AI. Also, wait, dual wield. Hold on, dual wield? You've got to test the dual wield, right? This technically creates another copy of a card. And we have to know. And I want to upgrade that dual wield. But I think I gotta rest before Hexaghost here. So we have to make a copy of an unupgraded card to know if it's actually... Yeah, so we can copy the Hello World here. And that'll tell us. So if I dual wield Hello World, yes! Whoa! Oh, we finally get confirmation on how this works and why Ritual Dagger does not work with dual wield, because there are no original copies. There are no original copies when you dual wield something. Both of the Hello Worlds are new one. The original one is gone, and we got 2 upgraded copies. Isn't that interesting? Huh. That's so cool. I'm so glad that is, like, been answered as to why a dual wield doesn't work with Ritual Dagger the way you'd think it would, because there's no original card. It's all fakes. Tori putting in real work there. Discard these. And then draw them, apparently. So I can use it as like an armaments. That's kind of funny. Hilariously, the dual wield's not even that good, because everything we're going to be upgrading is upgraded anyway. It's amazing. No more cards. Yeah, I unfortunately cannot play the Clash. It'd be very sad. Oh, I could have played the Clashes and then the Pummel Strike. I had a setup there, I just borked it. Alright, but this turn I can do very silly things. We want to make sure we have only attacks in our hand, and then we can dual wield the Clash. Got him. Do the burns get upgraded? They do not. Thankfully. But we can see that the burn that has been added to our deck has not been upgraded. Under mysterious circumstances. Should have some damage here. I suspect there's a reason for this. Not exactly sure what it is. My hand is full. My hand full. Shuffle an expunger into your draw pile. That creates a card. I'm allowed to take this. I'm allowed to take this. So that gives us a really cool way to use energy scaling. The expunger will be upgraded, yes, and the upgrade to expunger, which you can get for the Conjure Blade. I imagine they'll rework this upgrade too. Unfortunately, you can't see what it does because of the tooltip here. But expunger plus does 9 damage X plus 1 times. Let's take it. I've not actually gotten to use that card yet. Our choices here are the Rake Dome, gain an energy at the start of our turn. We can no longer see enemy intents. Tiny House, get a bunch of stuff. Or the Corn Chip, double the effectiveness of your salsa. And your potions. Be okay. Not really a fan of Runic Dome as a general rule. And with our starting Relic Mummified hand, we probably... Well, I mean, we wanted more energy to use the Expunger, but... I think we'll probably get more value out of... Sacred Bark? Question mark? Let's take a Sacred Bark. Tulsa's a kind of potion? I think so, too. It's a potion of fire breathing. Classic D&D. We have so much money. Let's go to a store. Maybe I can buy a card there or something, or a relic. Or who knows, really. Fortunately, we created it before it was time. Here's the Expunger. Oh, we can upgrade it with Dual Wield, though, hilariously. Amazingly. So if I dual wield it, it'll be... Nice. So it does 9 damage X plus 1 times, which should be X equals 2. So these will be 27 damage each. Oh! Wait, what? Hello? I think I broke it. I think I broke it. I wonder if that's because I dual wielded it. Might be because I dual wielded it, right? Because it's not the original card, it doesn't remember what was spent on it. So I bet if I don't dual wield, it works. My current guess. But that's so funny that it does not work like that. And now it... Now it's using its actual cost. I think. And hitting twice? Oh, that's really confusing. That's super confusing. Why didn't it hit one time before then? Because it was X plus 1, right? Oh, it's using X... Yeah, but why didn't it hit one time before? Is it using X as my current energy? No, it's not. Oh, isn't this supposed to say how many times it does? When you create this card, it's supposed to say how many times it hits. I think. It just broke really hard. That's hilarious. God, that's funny. Yeah, so it says deal 9 damage 2 times on it. It doesn't say X times, it says 2 times. It has a very specific cost to it. And that said X times when we dual wielded it? Is that what happened? I feel like that's what happened. Huh, that's so baffling. Also, ow. Our turn 2 is so terrible. Feels like it doesn't have a good enough start to survive. Can I kill this nerd? With dual, maybe. Yeah. Orb. We also have double strength potions, and that should help. This creates a card. Take it. I'm taking it. +3 strength on turn 1 is the only thing I'm illegally allowed to do, so we will do it. You have 500 gold. This creates a card, and it's a block card. Shuffle an insight into your drop pile. Neat. I'm wondering now if we need to bottle our Master Reality. I think we do. Spoon's kind of hilarious. Cards which exhaust when played will instead discard half the time. Should do some really interesting things. Consider that one. Remove a card. Expunger might be a good removal. Or Contrablade might be a good removal. Now we just need to bottle our Master Reality, I think. Feels like what needs to happen. I originally wasn't expecting the deck to get more cards. We can take Evaluate. Yeah, we're gonna do that, I think. Probably also gonna buy the strawberry for the health. And we definitely want an attack potion so that we can figure out if that works. Yeah. Do I take the spoon? We could get multiple Conjure Blades going. Wouldn't that be interesting? Yeah, let's relic add bottled tornado. Bottle that up. Bottle that on up. Sure, let's give that one a chance to be hilarious. How does Elixir interact with the Sacred Bark? It does not. There's no interaction there. Okay, so that got upgraded. Good. It's one of the few potions that the Sacred Bark cannot double. Let's still say X plus 1 times. So it must be the Master Reality that's glitching it out. Interesting. Oh, because the upgrade... Yeah, because the I still can't show it off. Because the upgrade changes the card to X plus 1, so when you upgrade it mid-combat, it's being reverted to the base X plus 1 value of the upgrade. So that's definitely a bug with Master Reality then, which makes sense. That makes sense. Whenever you enter Wrath, draw 2 cards. Well... So does this then do damage based on my current energy? Or is it just broken? One time? I'm so confused. Is it based on the energy I had after playing it? That's atrocious if so. So this should then hit 2 times, if I am understanding correctly. That's a lot of damage headed my way. Hello? Why did it only hit 1 time? I have no idea how this is working. What? Explain yourself, Expunger. You make literally no sense. Explain yourself. Alright, well, this seems like a good as time as any to test the attack potion interaction, although I'd really rather test that. That's the elite. Good enough. Good. I don't have any more cards that I can draw here. Do this. That did not help me. Okay, give me attacks. I don't want to take all this damage, but I do want to beat an elite shortly. Alright, well, we'll do this then. Yeah, everyone's guess is as good as mine. No idea what's going on with that Conjure Blade. But if we play the upgraded version, it should work fine, right? So that one creates a 9x3 card, and that works fine. Yeah, this one will work fine. Nice. Very nice. Now it deals 12 damage X plus 1 times. Good job. Alright, we rest, and then fight this elite. Triple Slavers. We are intangible on turn 2. That's going to help, probably. One can hope, anyway. So we want to start this with Master Reality. That'll give me an upgraded power. And then I use the upgraded attack potion right now. And I get 2 upgraded bludgeons. Oh my gosh. The damage. The damage value from that potion. Holy crap. Got him. Freaking got him. Maximum flexing. I have no way to block. Not true. I have this way to block. Make something free so I can dual wield it. This is just silly enough. I like it. Oddly, Smoothstone gives us 1 deck, so the cards that do block will help. We'll do that better, which is going to be really nice. This fight could be disastrous for us. Potentially. What about this turn? Tori. Ouch. Oh hey! We found a discipline. This is another, this is a brand new card added to Watcher here, which I think is really cool. If you end your turn with unused energy, draw that many additional cards next turn. Really, really cool card here. That I think will allow Watcher, especially in conjunction with, like, either stance change nonsense or with Diva form. This card is crazy. This'll just break, right? That also doesn't have a power icon yet. Not yet. What is this turn gonna be? Storm, huh? Storm I can get behind. Storm I can definitely get behind. I should have dueled the Storm, you're right. I was just thinking that. I feel like I made a terrible mistake here. It's alright, we've all made a terrible mistake together. Shiv cards are kind of a terrible mistake with a Strange Beard. Come to think of it, most created cards exhaust. And a lot of them you don't want them to do that. Or you don't want them to not do that, more accurately. It's alright, gotta figure it out. Survive the Snick Plant. Power Potion's gonna be good with what we're doing, hopefully. Pennib says every 10th attack we play is double damage.
Commander,
I'll take it.
One of our
I'll take it.
most valued supporters. Says continue
Chubo93, thank you so much for those
project.
7 heckin' months of Twitch Prime support. Thank you so much for the long-standing council support. And in return, enjoy your renewed smug sense of superiority and being one step closer to that Watcher energy badge. I'm removing Expunger here because of the glitchiness that's going on. Not helping me very much. What do I think of Watcher overall, Hawkeye? I like Watcher quite a bit, especially with the latest set of changes to her. She feels like she's got lots of really neat ways to scale up into the late game and create really powerful, really wild decks. And it seems like she's getting a lot of energy dumps, a lot of ways to use the tons of energy she's capable of creating. Lots of focus on setup. I'm thinking that the refining process of polishing her into a complete character class is doing a really good job so far. So I like her. I like her. Thousand cuts plus, you say? Take 9 damage, you say? Alright. Yeah, it gives the Echo Beagle buff and carries over between turns. And I think that's one of the reasons that, what's it called? Wreath of Flame is pretty neat. Definitely got some neat things it can do. Bonafide Hand is really holding this together. Smacko. None of these generate cards. I'm bold enough to fight another elite here. I don't know if that's a wise choice on my end, but I'm yikes. Gonna say I'm thinking. Oh yeah, we're gonna be fine. Because I can do this now, right? That'll be 2 upgraded after images. And then if I Hello World, make another one. A little bit of damage here, but Tori should block it. No. 6. Ow. Yeah, I gotta make sure I kill... Can't kill gremlins next turn. Okay, I gotta make sure I play a lot of cards this turn. No matter what. This turn's gonna hurt. Hey, a piercing whale. Why, thank you, Hello World. I so appreciate the piercing whale. I so appreciate the piercing whale. I really wish I could upgrade this dual wield, but we never had the spare health to do so. Good turn. Good turn. How's it going, Ben Spartan? Things are going approximately well. Approximately. Nerd out of here. I demand more copies of follow-up. Said, I demand more copies of follow-up. Is this daily or just mods? This is a custom run made with the console commands to explore the new Master Reality power that's been added to the game with the most recent patch. I'm having a good time with it. So we're focusing the deck around this card. Whenever a card is created during combat, upgrade it. And combining that with lots of stuff that adds cards to our deck in the middle of the combat to create a deck that is entirely reliant upon generated cards. Also not that good, quite frankly. At least not on turn 1, 2, and 3. It gets better, but it struggles a little bit initially. Struggles a lot initially, as it turns out. Dang, that dang dual wield. Almost does what I needed to do. Hey, third eye plus, nice. Actual block cards! Oh, I can actually do a fun thing here? Whenever we scry, gain lots of block. So I'm gonna scry here. And gain block. I'll take it. I'll take it. Whenever you scry, return this from the discard pile to your hand. I have, like, attack cards. Hello? This is getting out of control. That's a lot of incoming damage. Just gonna put that out there. That is a lot of incoming damage. It's only 6 base. So I don't think I can get a kill here. By dual wielding the weave, because we could play the weave twice, scry, play the weave twice again. Well, we might be able to do that twice. Because then I can draw up more cards with insight. So let's make a duplicate of weave here. Weave says, whenever you scry, return this from the discard pile to your hand. Play them again. I can draw 3 cards. Perfect. Scry. Huh? Did you all see that? Okay, so there was no cards in the deck to scry. And that's fine. That's fine. I accept that there were no cards to scry. And that results in not getting the card back. What I don't accept is that I gained block from Nirvana under the same circumstances, which means Nirvana is checking whether I scried in a different way to Weave is. And that is weird. That is really weird. I should either get neither of those bonuses, or I should get both of the bonuses, but there's no way I should be getting one of them, and not the other one. That's hilarious. Well, we block all the damage, so it's all good. Ooh, Juggernaut. Would be great if I felt like I was going to have enough energy to survive afterwards. I think I have to, though. Well, I can't even necessarily get a kill, huh? Easy. Might require the use of a skill potion. Gonna YOLO this. Dual wield of all things got made free? That's not good. But that is. 2 upgraded adrenalines. I'll take it. I will take it. Cards. More cards. More cards. Oh right, we have a Strange Spoon. Oh dear. We have Strange Spoon, that's right. Caw. Okay, well, we took this long on this fight is not a good sign for our immediate survival. None of these play put other cards into our deck. None of these put other cards into our deck. As much as I want to take Discipline here. I think it's hilarious. And as much as I would like to continually upgrade Dual Wield, I'm not sure that we're going to survive against Collector if I choose to do that. So I'll rest. I have no potions either. This might be the end, chat. Hold me. Ooh, barricade on turn 1. That is promising. That is extremely promising. That is very promising. Damn it. Believe in the me that believes in you. We're getting block cards of value.
Commander, one of our most valued supporters, says continued support.
Adonis Incarnate, thank you so much for those 7 months of Twitch Prime support. Greatly appreciate the long-standing council support. Here's to my favorite sub of the last 5 minutes. Thank you so much for that generous stream support. As ever. Oh, sweet. Okay, we're actually just gonna dominate this fight now. Amazing. Okay, good turn, good turn. I see the Spire has favored. I guess I could have upgraded, huh? Who knew? Who knew? God, that's so funny. So now we have Strange Spoon Corruption. Also, whatever this is now happening. FYI. You are mine. Apparently. Are you sure about that, Mr. Collector Man? Because I'm a spooky ghost. And you're weak and all that. Or whatever. Also, I have all the body slams in the world. Got him. Good fight. Alright. Can't take any of that, but we can take one of these. I mean, we haven't been allowed to upgrade it to fire yet, so the fusion hammer seems alright. Gain an energy at the start of a turn, we can no longer smith at rest sites. Immediately seeing the use for an additional energy here. Runic Pyramid seems a little awkward. At the end of your turn, you no longer discard your hand. Might actually clog us pretty badly. Mark of the Pain adds cards to the deck. That's true. It creates cards in combat. I have to take it. I don't think we survive it. Although, it doesn't matter that much, right? By the rules? Alright. The rules say I have to do it. I guess I have to do it. Although they're added before we can even play the Master Reality. Guess that doesn't matter too much, does it? There's no way I survive fighting 4 elites, right? There's just no way that's gonna happen. There's just no way that's gonna happen. I can combo out a little bit more reliably on turn 1 now, thanks to 1 extra energy. Our turn 2 might be a little uglier, though. Nice. Very angry. Tale of the very angry Ironclad. Sticky wounds. No one invited these wounds into my deck. Thorns, huh? See about that. We'll see about that. Five white noises, 1 creative AI, and monkey's paw. Certainly could be. There's a lot of fun things you can do with the random card generation. We've had quite a few variations on that over the months of Spire. A claw. This is allowed. It does add cards to our hand. Adds a Shiv, which will get upgraded. So we're by the rules allowed to add that. And the spoon, we got Spoon too, so we're gonna redraw the Shiv. That's something we want to do? Probably not, right? Probably not. On the other hand, it's a block card, and that's really important. I think I take it under that circumstance. Okay, Potion Belt with our Sacred Bark seems excellent, and buying potions is probably a good idea. 40% of our max health in this Blood Potion is pretty dang important. Abacus is huge too. Whenever you shuffle the draw pile, gain 6 block. We're doing that a lot because of the small because of the small deck size. So we could probably really abuse this. Yeah, let's take that. Take these 3 things. And I am super down to fight a boss. Actually, wait, I can take 999 gold and go this way. Oh man, look at that. Look at that. We just go to stores and become better instead of trying to fight elites. That sounds pretty good. Could upgrade all, but then our blood potion doesn't do anything. If we fight a boss, we'll gain 100 gold from the combat. But I think we should just take I Am Rich here. We can get both normalities removed before we have to do any combats, probably. I'm rich! I'm absolutely not fighting this with 2 normalities in the deck. Nope. See you later. Okay, Conjure Blades offered again. Our relics here are Pocket Watch. When we play 3 or less cards during our turn, draw 3 additional cards at the start of the next turn. Strike Dummy. Cards containing Strike deal 3 additional damage. I mean, theoretically, we can generate some. Or Ori. Choose and add 5 cards down to the deck. Could be some nice stuff in here that we're allowed to add. Could be nothing. Does deck ever trigger Pocket Watch? Probably not. It's actually 3 really unimpressive relics, truthfully. We'll remove 1 normality. We do get another shop very soon, so even if we spend nothing here, that's fine. Mayhem's kind of hilarious, right? Start of your turn, play the top card of your draw pile. But it doesn't add a card to the deck, not quite. I do want the Strength Potion, yeah, agreed on that. 4 Strength. The other potions are eh. If I had a Singing Bowl, I'd buy this in a heartbeat. I think I'm gonna look at the next shop. That was a really weak shop. We're actually gonna upgrade Dual Wield finally. About damn time. About dang time. Alright, shop number 2 says... Whoa, that's cool. If we still had Expunger and it worked properly, Chemical X would be sweet here. Probably still buy it anyway. Bajra will give us 1 strength. We can remove the other normality. Skill Potion's very good. Skill Potion's very good. We'll take Vajra. Start combat with 1 strength. We will take... Do I just buy the Chemical X at this point? Are there any X-cost cards I can actually generate? At the moment. I don't think so. Skill Potion can generate X-cost cards. But other than that, no. Is, I believe, the answer. Yeah, because they're not commoner powers. It's 2 cost, okay. Or collect, that's true, I could take a collect. Or a transmutation. Good enough reason for me. Good enough reason for me. Do I want another elite fight? Are we better now? We might be better now. Need more relics now. We're gonna try to take this to the heart. It's probably not gonna go well. Oh man, we got another shop! Would you look at that? We got another shop. And it's got a medical kit, which says we can now play our wounds for a 50% chance to make them not exhaust. Huh. Maybe not so good after all. There is Jack of all trades. Add a random colorless card into your hand. It would be upgraded. And that's a pretty good reason to want this. So we probably gotta take that. Better than not having it? Maybe. Fighting Time Eater? We're not fighting Time Eater. Okay. I mean, we should try it. We do get another shop in Act 4. Can even be an upgraded Jack of all trades. It sure can be, which could chain infinitely, in theory. I will take the Preserved Insect, because we're going to have to fight the elites before the heart. And I think we're going to be really bad against them. Sure, we'll take Medical Kit. It'll be fun. Potion might have been better? Probably. Not going to worry about it. I found a medical kit just in time for your burn nonsense. Just in time. Some serious shivs, wow. Upgraded card. Discovery Plus, which then itself makes an upgraded, piercing whale. Oh, I'm intangible. Oops. Actually missed that I was intangible that turn. Could have taken the metallicize then. Whoops. So I now have 5 strength and dexterity. Good times, we're had by all. Got a 24 block potion. Another card I'm allowed to take in Crush Joints. Or, excuse me, in Cloak and Dagger here. Don't know if I want 2, though. Hey, we can gain more gold. I'm in. 333 gold for the shop in Act 4. Sounds excellent to me. Giant Head's gonna give us a countdown, and by the time it's over, I imagine we'll have gotten everything we need done. Madness Plus on dual wheel. Oh boy, that's silly. That is very silly. Well, that's just silly. So I'm playing a lot of cards so that I get value out of the slow effect. Whenever we play a card, Giant Head takes 10% more attack damage
Excellent
for the rest
work,
of the turn.
Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
The Thorgod, thank you so much for those 2 months of Tier 1 support. Greatly appreciate the continued council funding. In return, enjoy your renewed smug sense of upgrading random cards. Better believe I'm going to dual wield the heck out of this. Can I play cards now? Probably not. Is that okay? Probably also not. I might have actually just boned myself really hard by doing that. Full disclosure, that might have been a terrible idea. I'm sure it's fine though, right? This seems totally fine. All I need is white noise generating mana for me with Mummified Hand. Or what have you. Heavy Blade, no! Heavy Blade, no. Oh, thank goodness for for Shiv's coming back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a way to do damage here. Got him. Hey, Bag of Preparation. We've been waiting for this for a long time. Start of each combat, draw 2 extra cards. We will definitely help speed this up for the remaining fights in the game. Yeah, that'll help a lot. Big time helping will occur here. Still taking a ridiculous amount of damage here. Let's not do that. Okay, but can we not do this, though? Sounds great. So I should be able to kill both Exploders this turn if I play my cards right. I think I can manage that. Perfect. killed this guy too. Got him. Got him. Didn't even upgrade the Void SMH. But the first time Abacus has done anything. I was so excited for it. It's happening. The Jack of all trades infinite combo. Is Oh man, I can even play the Voids so that I can draw them again. It's brilliant. Oh, Abacus has been doing its thing many times, alright. I somehow failed to notice. I want to take this. I should be allowed to. I bought a Chemex. I should be allowed to take this. According to my own rules, I'm not, though. It's heartbreaking. Take our recall. Alright, Awakened One. I have so many powers. This might go very badly for me. I have so many powers. I'm just gonna play them all. Because what else can I do? Do not play cards? Heck no. One out of two ain't bad, as they say. Swift Strike. A dual-wielded Bowling Bash could do a lot. I guess we're gonna dual-wield whatever Hello World makes free, huh? Yeah. Call. Oh, that's terrifying. That's a lot of damage, dude. Dark Shackles? Thanks for the panacea. That's a lot of damage. I probably need to use the skill potion, huh? Rainbow's kind of adorable here. I'm gonna get 2 upgraded copies, so I can have double upgraded Shockwave. It's pretty nice. Double upgraded Limit Break could let me scale up really fast. Especially if I used it with the Strength Potion. That would just be a win, right? If I drink that Strength Potion. I'm down to use this many resources. We can buy more potions in the shop. We have 451 gold, so we can just buy 3 potions. I'm okay doing that. Go to 20 strength here. Block what we can. It's not that much. And dual-wielded attack should do a lot of damage now. And I get lethal this turn. By Rebound, Streamline, Shrug. I can make copies of zero-cost Streamline that'll do 160. Yeah, we can get a kill this turn. With this. Oh yeah, now I have more strength, because we'll keep drawing these. This is really well timed, because this is terrifying. Deal 175 damage for each enemy in combat. Boop. You submitted the, oh wait, it's gone. I can't actually, toggle on beta art for cards generated mid-combat. Two thump, you ready your blade. You only got 1410 damage. We'll take a look at it after the run though, Mziggles. That's awesome that your submission made it into the game. Alrighty, one more upgrade. Let's definitely upgrade Jack of all trades. I want to get 2 random colorless upgraded cards. Membership card. We did it! We freaking did it! We got Chemix Transmutation. Yes! Yes. Yes. And I can buy another Jack of all trades. Brilliant. Do I bottle something? I could bottle dual wield. That'd be pretty good. Definitely want to buy all 3 of these potions, right? Since I'm not bottling anything. Not allowed to do anything other than remove a card, and I don't want to remove a card. Alrighty, can this deck defeat the Elites and the Heart of the Spire? Let's find out. Let us find out. Tough question to answer, as it turns out. So we want to master reality first, and we want to master reality before we Hello World. Can White Noise, or sorry, before we White Noise, we can Hello World first if we want to. Okay, do I Power Potion now? I'm sufficiently worried about this fight. I'm gonna do that. Yeah. That ought to do it. That ought to do it. $12 strength per turn. Put a ship into the discard pile. Try to kill Spire Spear. We're going to be intangible for the big hit from Spire Shield, so I'm going to go after the Spear first here. The Strange Spoon says, any card that it would exhaust when played normally will instead discard half the time. I can apply any kind of status effect. That Dark Shackles might do something here. It's currently a big if, unfortunately. Or if I can get it back off of the Strange Spoon, that's also a possibility. Not sure that's worthwhile. Could YOLO off the Transmutation. Also possible. Oh, that's hard, huh? Worth chaining of the powers first. No. Because I'll lose a mummified hand proc at the very end. Well, we can get... Well, we want to chain 2 of them. Hold on. So we go... We don't even want to use the Enlightenment, hilariously. Let's play 2 of the 3. Then I Dark Shackles, I think. Okay, I've got a chance to redraw it now. No dice. Tossed up to 5 cards in your hand. Cute. It's gonna be 4 upgraded 0-cost colorless cards. Find out if Chrysalis works. Yep, those are upgraded too. So it works with Chrysalis and Metamorphosis. I like that. What attack can I seek for? Are there any attacks to seek for? Are there no attacks to seek for? Uh-oh. There are no attacks I can seek for. There's no attacks in my draw pile. That's so rude. Oh, I'm gonna take so much damage this turn. Because of how this turned out. That is so very unfortunate. So I got a Block Potion and a Blood Potion. Oh, now you're here, After Image. Now you're here. Wait, After Image first? Doesn't matter. not matter. Let us headbutt transmutation so I can use that again. Because obviously. Gonna go ahead and put the bomb in play. Got random attacks. Plus secret weapon. Give me sword boomerang plus. Got him. Also got him. Alright, good fight. Got ourselves a war paint, upgrading boot sequence and cloak and dagger, and now it's time for the Heart of the Spire. It is time for the Heart of the Spire. Whenever we play a card, take 1 damage. Gonna do some really nasty things to us. Incense Burner is not at all lined up. Oh, I could have taken Anger, I didn't even think about that. As a card that interacts with Master Reality. That's cute. That's really cute. That's extremely cute. There's no attacks in the drop pile, that's right. Still no attacks in the drop pile. But there's about to be some. Actually, I really should have done that in a different order. I could have gotten all these into my hand. Big mistake. Could have played them all. Oh god. Fix. And that's why, medical kit. Or, that's why Market Pain was not the greatest addition. Oh hey, we got Violence back, though. And Secret Technique and Secret Weapon. So I can get all these zero-cost attacks into my hand, which is useful for what exactly? I'm not sure. But I can get a block guard, at least. So that's nice. Or I can duplicate attacks. And then I think I just die? I can also get blocked from Deep Breath here. Hold on. The value. Oh yeah, we have Tori, actually. We're fine here. What am I on about? I guess we should duplicate Mayhem then, huh? Although I can't, because I have to make Mayhem... I have to use Mayhem to make the dual wield free. So I can't actually duplicate that. But I can duplicate one of the attacks. Do cards played by Mayhem trigger Beat of Death? They do, yeah. They certainly do. I still need a block to avoid too much Beat of Death here. So Mayhem makes Cloak and Dagger free. Some block from Abacus here. 3 Flash of Steel. I can Secret Weapon for something else as well. Let's take 2 Beat of Death damage for no benefit there. Sure, sure. Let's drink that. And Secret Weapon for... get the poison going, I guess, huh? Alright, Tori. Bring me home. Alright, I need to, like, a buffer this turn somehow. That helped a little bit. I have to imagine we're super dead, though. There is not enough block in the world to keep me alive through this. Well, dang. Is there any outs? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, that's all we could do from that. So we're dead on board. Everything here just makes us take more and more damage. play it all, I suppose. No one said I didn't go out fighting. Yeah. GG. That we got as far as we did. We were on shaky ground the whole run. As it turns out, playing a lot of powers and not blocking nor doing damage isn't a very good mitigation strategy. So we ended up dead. And yeah, we're going to test now the interactions this has with Dead Branch and Nilri's Codex. Real quick here. Because we gotta know, right? Start a quick little run here. Get into a combat. Look at Dead Branch. Look at Nilri's Codex. So we add a card. Nilri's does not upgrade it. From the looks of it. And then when Dead Branch generates a new card... That is upgraded! It works with Dead Branch. Apparently. That's pretty cool. So no to Nilri's, but yes to Dead Branch. Yeah, those are totally upgraded. Neat. Should work with anger too, right? No. No, it does not. Huh. Does not work with anger. Weird. That's very weird. Why doesn't it work with anger? Hello? It's a fake Dead Branch, but I'm still taking it. Hold on. Hold on. Gonna just give me a corruption. I'm gonna have a little bit of fun with it before we stop. You're just gonna give me that. Wait. Oh, I didn't play. Oh yeah, I don't have Master Reality in play. I was like, why didn't it work? Right, because I don't actually have the Master Reality either. Understood. Understood. Ah. So with Master Reality in play, whenever cards created during combat upgraded, our Dead Branch cards are totally upgraded. That's ridiculous. That's not a combo that needed to be any stronger. But like, it's a cross-class combo, so it's like it's not likely to happen. But still. Does it still? What with the Endless Agony? Adds, yeah, hand add Endless Agony. Oh, I can't tell, because if I add them with the console, they'll get upgraded. Hold on. We gotta end this combat and get into another one to test that. This new run is just, we're just like playing around with the Master Reality at the moment. Testing a couple interactions. Yes. Endless Agony will be copy will get upgraded by the Master Reality. This is what makes a really, really cool card to me in Spire. Something that interacts with so many other different existing relics, cards, colorless cards, etc. I think the code is becoming increasingly spaghettified. I wouldn't be surprised, Hawkeye. I would not be surprised, based on what I've heard from Chronometrics about modding this. Not even upgraded wounds, SMH. Not even upgraded wounds. Okay, well that's fun and all. Is there any other interactions we have not tested? that we're curious about. I haven't tried magnetism. I guess we'll give that one a look. Yeah, we have so many bug reports today. I mean, that's why it is the beta branch, right? The idea is to iron out and find all of these before changes move to the main branch. So I'm glad they're doing what they are doing. So fascinating that Nilrees doesn't work. Okay, so this will tell us if magnetism gets upgraded. It should be. Yep. Upgraded cards off the magnetism. Times. Like Dead Branch Corruption, but sillier somehow. Somehow sillier. Can I try using Watcher Armaments? Or try using armaments on that Watcher card? Sure, hold on. Let us... Conjure Blade. So we shuffle an Expunger into our draw pile. Which creates a 1-cost, deal 9 damage 3 times. Put an Armaments, coincidentally. That was nice. Don't draw them together, though. That would be too easy. So here's our Expunger, and add Armaments. So it currently does 9 damage 3 times, and that'll work properly if we upgrade it with Armaments. Now it says 9 damage 4 times. What? Hello? Why does it work? If I dual wield it... Now what happens? Now they're both 9 damage 4 times. But it's a lie. It's a lie. Hold on, we gotta try that again. It was a lie. I don't know if that was dual wield or armaments that broke it, so I gotta do the testing again. Hold on. Oh, I forgot to add the thing, too. Conjure Blade. Nope. Do that. Expunger is definitely glitchy under some circumstances, as we are seeing. So, okay, you say 9 damage 4 times, and that works. Okay, so it's the dual wield that seems to break it. Huh. I am shocked that that actually works. What about Apotheosis? Try that one too. Upgrading it when it's in the drop pile. So it says, oh, that looks like it broke it because it says X+1 now. Isn't that interesting? That is very interesting. This is really inconsistent in how it works, huh? and deals how much damage? Who wants to guess how many times this is gonna hit? 0, 1, or... It's like 0, 1, 2, or 4 are the possibilities, I think. I have no idea what it's gonna be here. Three? What? I didn't even list that as a possibility. I didn't think it was possible it would do 3. What? Why does it work like that? Oh my god, that card is so glitchy. Was that based on our current energy? Hold on, let's test it. Ready to... Hold on. Try that one more time. I gotta know. Okay, so that was either the original cost of Conjure Blade, or... Or it was our remaining energy plus 1. Let's do some science. Okay, so this hit 3 times before. We had hand and turbo. So if we have 7 energy instead, we expect this to hit 7 times. Nope. Nope. It does not do that, because why would it do anything predictable? Ever. So it's still hitting for the original amount of 3, I guess. I'm so confused. Did we try Master Reality plus Immolate / Overclock? I tried that off stream. I can do it now, though. It does not upgrade the burn. For the same reason that it doesn't upgrade burns that, like, Oh, that's right, you can't... What is the card name for Overclock? The internal name for Overclock is different. I don't actually know what it's called. I can't add it to my hand unless I know that name. We can do Immolate, though. That works. That'll end the fight, though. Rip. Right. There we go. Right here. So we get an unupgraded burn added to the discard pile. When totally normal. I think burn is immune to regular card upgrade conditions, which is why Apotheosis and Armaments, etc. don't upgrade it. That's my guess anyway. And that's my guess. Anyway, that was intriguing. Oh, Burn Plus might be a totally different card. That could be too. That I had not considered. That might indeed be true. Anywho. Let's move on to our next run, shall we? Got some more fun ideas to try tonight. I've ever done one run where I start with all the status synergy cards. I have not. You could do like a fire-breathing evolve deck. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. What I've got in mind right now is a run inspired by something suggested by Eli Dupree, which is an idea of a rotating draft. The idea is simple. We play a run with one of the characters. Not sure who we want to do it as right now. Just one of the standard characters on Ascension 15. with the draft modifier. Draft a custom starting deck of cards. This gives you 15 choices of 3 at the start of the run. And one simple premise added to the run, which is that every time we finish a combat, at the end of each combat, remove the oldest card in the deck. So whatever the top left card in the deck list is removed after every combat. So we're constantly adding new cards to the deck as we go to shops and pick cards, rewards from fights and whatnot. But at the same time, the deck is slowly being devoured from oldest to newest. And the idea is to have a have a continually evolving deck that you need to manage. Not sure who I want to do this with, though. I think I'm not diverse on this one. Single class. To have, like, a more coherent card base. After every fight is going to be the rule. So that I have some control over when cards get removed. And I can also, like, shrink or grow the size of the deck by taking or avoiding fights. And adding cards without being in a combat. My commands. There we go. And I think Silent does sound fun for this. A Deadly Huntress from the Foglands. This feels like an Ascension 15 kind of run. Give it a try. Let's give it a try. Time for a challenge. So the oldest cards that are added to the deck, like the very first picks that I'm adding, are going to be the first cards that I'm removing. So this card right here will only ever be used in the very first combat of the run. Actually, I guess Ascender's Bane is going to get removed first, huh? Cool. I didn't think about that. Rip Ascender's Bane. Or maybe we just keep it forever, because it's our friend Ascender's Bane. I think Finisher first. How does it go with Finisher, too? Cloak-a-Dagger sounds great. Definitely just like a well-laid plans. I'm not going to bother taking this, because it'll be gone before it's useful. By the time when we're done with our easy pool fights, this card will be gone. So I'd rather take a Quick Slash or a Flying Knee. A Whale. Can Ascender's Bane even be removed? It can be by the console, but not too many other ways. So definitely want just a lot of bread and butter stuff at the moment, which we'll probably need to add more of as we go. Quick Slash, Escape Plans, kind of a mediocre thing. Take Acrobatics with these 2 Flying Knees. Let's go Escape Plan. Our Act Boss is Slime Boss, so I'm not that excited about a Deadly Poison, maybe just another Blade Dance. Although we're not going to have the finisher by the time we get to the boss, so we need to think about how we're going to win that fight. Alright, we'll take a deadly... Ooh, we'll take 2 deadlies. These cards are going to be in the deck for quite a while. Like, we're not going to do more than 10 combats in Act 1, so the cards we're picking now will still be present in Act 2, which makes Leg Sweep and Piercing Wail pretty valuable, as does Alder Attack, giving us AoE damage against the elites of Act 2. I imagine we're going to chew through approximately 7 cards. Actually, we can look at our pathing choices. We're going to be very strong at the start, so I would like to go up the left side here and just fight 4 elites and get 4 relics. We should expect to rest. Ooh, there's no fires. I was going to say, we should expect to rest at every fire we come across in Act 1, because any card that we would upgrade is going to get removed by the end of the run. There would be some temporary bonus to the... Yeah, let's just fight 4 elites. I think we can manage that. I think a Lig Sweep. And a Piercing Whale. And a Dagger Spray. For some AoE. So we just got good blocks and good attacks. Although, is it that many good blocks? Yeah, that's enough. And this is the last one. Second Dagger Spray? I mean, we want to fight Slime Boss, so... This is a pretty basic silent deck. No scaling options, which is fine. We don't want them in the early stuff. Are we required to pick a card after every combat? No. If we do not pick a card, then the deck ends up shrinking. And we can also add additional cards whenever we like run into a shop or something. I considered having it be whenever you add a card to the deck, remove the oldest card in the deck, so that you'd always have a 15-card deck, and it would just be rotating. But then the strategy becomes, like, get a really good 15-card deck and just never add another one. And I want to encourage the continual adding, so I like forcing myself to remove cards. Which is going to get ugly for the, especially for the, like, the Act 3 boss, where I don't get a card replacement, I'm just losing a card after that. 4 block cards might be a little yikes, but it's pretty nice against something like the Cultist here. Just dish a lot of damage out. Got him. Like at Coliseum, do I need to remove a card after the Slavers? Yes. Essentially, whenever Mask of Cleric would give me a hit point, I'll remove a card. Or Face of Cleric. Okay, this Will-Aid Plans will stay around for a long time. Probably not until the end of the run, unfortunately. But a very long time. And I think that makes it a really good addition. Could argue for Deflect as well here. We're able, not only a block card, but a free block card. But I'm gonna take the plans here. Might even upgrade those plans, depending. Might even do that. We get to retain Piercing Whale for next turn, which will be very nice. The big guy first. Oh, I forgot to remove a card. Hold on. I'm so sorry. I'm a dum-dum. I can't believe I forgot my own rule. Alright, well, Finisher's gone. It's still here in this combat, but it's gone from the deck. Apologies for playing it. Whoops. Totally my bad there. Declaring cheats. Okay. So before I even add the card, I'll remove deck, remove Cloak and Dagger. So a card is removed. A card is added. We add another Deflect. Just lost a block card. We'd like some more block cards. We would like some more block cards. On what floor will I be able to add cards and never have to worry about them being removed? Depends on how large the deck grows. If the size of the deck increases, because I'm able to like buy cards in a shop or add a bunch with like Ori, then it'll change the floor number, but probably somewhere in like early Act 3, if I stay at a 15-card rotation. Yeah, something like a Prayer Wheel could really change that number, though. For sure. I'm gonna keep Piercing Whale, because this guy is dangerous. Any VODs of me playing the new Monk character? There should be a bunch, Team Evolution. I haven't highlighted too many of them. But we have done over a dozen runs with the Watcher, as of this point. Also, hello and welcome. Hello and welcome. Okay, so remove a card. So deck remove Flying Day. Grand Finale. I mean, we don't really have the ability to set that up, ever. Even though we do have well-laid plans. I could, like, try to build into it temporarily, hilariously. I have a actually, hold on, I have a Gambler's Brew? I'm taking that. No, leave a plate if there are no cards in the draw pile. Deal 50 damage to all enemies. And we do want to fight 4 elites, because I'm insane. Okay. Give me a relic. Eternal Feather. For every 5 cards in our deck, heal 3 health when we enter a rest site. Because the constant removals are going to make this a little bit difficult to get real value out of, but it's at least 9 health every time. So that's good. Sure, I'll take some money. And sure, I'll fight some elites. Sure, I'll do that. Probably want to poison the heck out of Legavulin here. Leg sweep. Oh, dodge roll. Should be enough poison to win this fight pretty handily. I like that grand finale glowed for a second there before deciding otherwise. I need one more card added to the deck. Oh, nice. Okay, we get away pretty scot-free here. Only took, what, 8 damage or something? It's a good Legavulin fight in my book. Horncleat says, at the beginning of your second turn, gain 14 block. You lose this Piercing Wail. As a card is purged, and we're offered Quick Slash, Flying Knee, Deadly Poison. If I skip here, say I don't want any of these cards, then I'm down 1 card permanently that I'll have to replenish somewhere. Or I could allow the deck to shrink and get like a tiny Grand Finale deck, but that'll only work for so long, right? There's going to be more than 14 combats for the rest of the run, so I can't rely on that to actually win. Terrifying. I have a lot of combats coming up. Though there is a store upcoming. We're about to lose that Cloak and Dagger too. And if I let the deck shrink down temporarily to make use of the Grand Finale, there's a risk of permanently making the deck too small. Man, this is a really important choice, whether I add a card here or not. Set a Quick Slash for now. That'll help with the finale. At least I hope so. I'm gonna push out some damage. Yeah. Good turn. Oh, right, I didn't need to hold on to that, because I have a Horncleat. And I need 1 less card in this deck, apparently, if I want to pull off Grand Finales. Just 1 less. Or I need an Expertise or Acrobatics. That would also help a lot. If I want to play a Grand Finale. How about an Acrobatics? That'll be useful probably pretty consistently. But maybe Expertise is better here. Go Expertise! Do I? Oh, I forgot to remove the Cloak and Dagger. Damn it. I got excited. Okay, so Cloak and Dagger's gone. It's still in the draw pile, though. Which is actually a big deal. Because it changes the number of cards for Grand Finale. Save and quit will start me at the fight again. I can't actually undo that. Dang it. The cheats, though. The cheats, though. This is plus strength sentries. I really want to just play Grand Finale, huh? Can I draw enough cards? I can Gambler's Brew it. This is probably where I Gambler's Brew. Yeah. Gonna be where I Gambler's Brew. So, like, yes, I have an extra card, but I'm getting this into play with a Gambler's Brew anyway, so this turn would have happened no matter what. Okay. Remove Flying Nade. We're given the Bronze Scale, starting combat with 3 Thorns. An Explosive Potion's definitely good, and we're offered Accuracy, Storm of Steel, Deadly Poison. We're gonna lose a Deadly Poison soon. I guess I'll add one back. Yeah, we'll add one back. Chest contains Question Card. Future cards have 1 additional card to choose from. That'll be very relevant, since we're going to be continually adding cards to the deck. And I'm fighting, you guessed it, a Gremlin Knob, which is terrifying. This is draw until you have 6. 2 more cards. Or 3 more cards. You were potentially 2. Oh, Finale's already in my hand. Hold on. I can't just do the thing I want to do. So we're just going to poison him. I am setting myself up for failure. Okay, now that I can retain it, I can't actually play it, though. Yeah, we're not going to worry about this, then. We're just going to ignore it. Expertise is just a bad scrawl. You're not wrong. Scrawl is very good right now. Scrawl is ridiculously good right now. The version Spire info gives is out of date. Or what Scrawl does, by the way. The current incarnation says, draw cards until your hand is full, at the same cost, but exhausts. So close. Bag of Preparation. Start of each combat, draw 2 additional cards. Makes the finale, I think, easier to play. Not actually sure about that. We're removing a card. Deck remove, dodge and roll. Definitely need to add more block cards. We have very few left. So hopefully we see one here. Yes, we do. We see a footwork and a leg sweep. Certainly want one of those. How long will that footwork last? It's not blocking. It's not doing that much currently. Probably the leg sweep is more impactful. The footwork is tempting. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought that was also removed for being too strong, but we'll see. Honestly, I expect tomorrow that Scrawl will be nerfed. Probably a leg sweep, huh? Yeah, it's probably a leg sweep. Oh, I'm so glad I have so many dagger sprays right now. That's a lot of gremlins. I'm so glad for the bronze scales right now. Extremely glad for the bronze scales. I'm glad for my Horn Cleat, giving me 14 free luck. Work. Okay. Deck. Remove Quick Slash. We're losing cards left and right. Block card is pretty tempting. We could add a replacement Flying Knee. I'm kind of down for the replacement block card. You know what this deck really wants is an Egg Relic, so that the new stuff is upgraded for free.
Raiding party!
Panstastic! It's a raiding with a party of 11. How's it going, Pans and Raiders? Hope you were enjoying your, The Surge. We're playing some wacky stuff for Fun Day Sunday. Currently on a run with Silent, where every time we complete a combat, we remove a card from our deck. The oldest card in the deck, specifically. Shovel is nice, right? Shovel lets me get value out of rest sites. So that's kind of tempting. Can buy some reasonably good cards here. That might be useful. Could, like, remove a card, but I'm not sure why I would do that. Yeah, maybe we take the shovel. We just, like, dig for relics. I'm down to do that. Let's do that. Spend 300 gold on a shovel. Because that was a smart choice. That I will definitely not regret. Ever. Never, ever, never. I love you too, Horncleat. Alright, so we remove the escape plan. Offered a strength potion, and backflip seems great. Will let us maybe play Finale. We're starting to, like, run out of damage now. The deck is, like, wobbling back and forth between, Surge is great, but every time you stop playing, you want to play heavy music really loud and punch things. This is different from normal how? Okay, so we just backflip, and that sets up Finale. Cool. So I will wake our opponent up with Grand Finale and triple Deadly Poison next turn. Seems pretty good. I can Duplication Potion the Grand Finale, and that would actually just instantaneously win the fight. But I might want to do that on Slime Boss instead. Wakey wakey! Wakey wakey! Let's see, drawn to you have 6. So this should be 1, 2, 3. Got him. Oh man, potion built fairy in a bottle means we can hold on to this for any time we would die. 2 more potion slots. Hold on, we remove a card. 1 deadly poison gone. So I'm always removing the card that's in this slot. So we're removing them from oldest to newest, because they're sorted by obtained. Adrenaline seems great. Adrenaline seems excellent. Dig. We got a Thread and Needle. Start combat with 4 plated armor. That was definitely better than upgrading. Any thoughts on bottled cards in this challenge? If I find a bottle, I think the privilege of permanently keeping a card should be granted. And then we just skip over bottled cards when removing. Because that's one of the things a bottle does, is gives you removal immunity to the card. Fun fact, actually, you cannot remove a card that's been put in a bottle, if you didn't know. Event like the Falling event cannot target a card that's in a bottle to be randomly removed. You're not allowed to even try to remove them under any circumstances, and there have been a lot of ways people have found to get soft-locked in Endless Mode related to this removal immunity. Like, it used to be that if you ran into the Falling event and your only cards in the deck were bottled, the game would soft-lock, and you'd be stuck without being able to leave the event. Alright, we got Grand Finale in our hand, and we can retain it. That is a good thing. I think I'm just gonna dunk the Slime Boss next turn. Just, like, instantaneously with this Duplication Potion. The grand finale. How did somebody only have cards in the deck with bottled? In endless mode, this is relatively easy to achieve, because you can remove like every card in your deck pretty easily. I imagine the endless mode run in question was a deck that was like just dual wield plus and Searing Blow plus like a million. And you got down that far by just removing at lots of shops over the course of many runs, or with a peace pipe or something. Got him. Oh. Pretty decent split, all things considered. I'm curious to see. I imagined we were going to have a really easy Act 1 where we could get a lot of relics because of the draft modifier that we started with. But as we proceed, I'm curious to see how this gets progressively more difficult, or maybe the relics will just carry us. It's certainly possible. Take that Deadly Poison out. And we're offered After Image, Adrenaline, Tools of the Trade, and another Grand Finale. Interesting. This Grand Finale also wouldn't stick around forever, but would make it easier, or would let us keep doing this for quite a bit longer as a strategy. It still won't make it all the way to the heart, that's right. Like, the card we're adding now is still going to be removed by the end of the run. So our deck is... But we want something that can get us through Act 2, and I think Double Finale will do that very well. The other consideration is maybe we just take the After Image so that we can get more block. And we'll never be upset about having this card. Or this card. But I think After Image over Adrenaline right now? Probably. This is not going to make it through Act 2, though. We're going to lose that Willade plans pretty soon. That's terrifying. I'm scared. Someone hold me. Let's take the Finale. I've been doing that for a while. Oh no. Well, I can't take a Busted Crown in this challenge. Although I do have a question card. Other options include Runic Dome, gain energy, but I can no longer see enemy intents. Or Ectoplasm, gain energy, but I can no longer gain gold. Yikes. These are all very oof. These are all extremely oof. Might have to be Runic Dome. Might have to be Runic Dome. I can skip, that is also an option. That is allowed. Ectoplasm so badly limits what I can do in shops, I really don't want it right now. So I think it's gonna be Runic Dome. How am I removing a card after each combat? I am using the console Zarkabi, which is only available if you have base mod installed. So you have to be booting up Spire in modded mode. And you have to have debug mode enabled on Mod the Spire. We're cheating. Long and short of it. Let's do Runic Dome. Can't see enemy intents. We're only in Ascension 15, so I'm not as worried as normal. Not as worried as normal. I would like to fight more elites. Let's do that. I think I want to go to a shop with this little gold. Fires are pretty important. Fires are pretty important. And we're getting quite a few of them. Good. Those will each be a relic. Alright, see, like, whatever. Runic Dome doesn't matter. Get all the birds out of the air. Get them out of here. Nice try, bird nerds. Nice try. Alright, fond farewells to Leg Sweep. You served me well. Fortunately, I have another one. Oh. Oh no. Is this where we skip? That sure feels like I want to skip. Although we're at a really nice card total right now, where if I play either Backflip or Adrenaline, We set up Grand Finale very easily. Not cool, man. That is not cool. Stab would be like... stab will be okay. Yeah, I don't think we can afford to skip. I'll take the stab. It'll be gone by the time we get to the heart. And for now, it's actually not bad. Stop! Would you like 50 gold, or would you like a face relic? Could be weak on turn 1. Could be some good stuff. Man, if we get the question mark face, I'm willing to trade face here. Gremlin Visage. Start each combat with 1 week. Not so good. That is, in fact, very bad. No rules as to what Shelled Parasite can do on turn 1 here. Beyond that, he can't do the big attack on Ascension 15, so I'm not worried about that. But we should be safe. Easy double finale. Yeah, our turn 1 has so much availability on it, because we're drawing 9 cards, so being weakened on our 9-card turn is pretty brutal. Bond of Farewell to Piercing Whale here. And we're offered these mediocre replacements. Guess I'll take another backflip. But it's looking a little sketchy right now. Cleric and Knight. Alrighty then. Kill them both next turn, so we block for as much as I can, which should be plenty. We're at least getting very easy finales off. If I get a Clockwork Souvenir now, what would take precedence? I actually don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. Alright, say goodbye to Dagger Sprays, both of them. Very shortly. Heel Hook plus, Masterful Stab plus. A dodge roll. Don't have any dexterity, which is fine. The later we get it, the better it'll be. I could shrink the deck by 1 further card, but I really don't want to do that, so see you later, Cleric. Don't make a difference, I never do. Apparently. Rude. Go this way, which means going one of these ways. I guess Relic before Elite is better than Elite than Relic, right? Yeah. Go this way. Dig! Petrushka! Our next 2 non-boss chests contain 2 relics. We got that just in time for it to be maximally relevant. So I'll take it. I will take it. Actually, just play these Grand Finales on turn 1 here. I can, right? If I draw into Quick Slash. And if it's the bottom card, which it wasn't, thankfully. Okay, so on turn 1, this guy is attacking for 7 times 2, probably. Yeah, if only we weren't weak, right? Ugh. Sweep. This turn is either 7 times 3 or the 24 big attack. Random which one. Either way, we're covered here. Grand Finale. Ceramic Fish. Whenever we add a card to our deck, gain 7 gold and a fruit juice. You know what just occurred to me? There's even more reason not to drink the fruit juice now when you pick it up than there was before. Because Sacred Bark is now a boss relic. So if you haven't beaten both of your bosses, and you have a fruit juice that you have potion space to hold on to, you should keep it just in case you find one, and then you get 5 extra max health out of it. Yeah, well-laid plans is about to be goodbye plans, which is going to make this a lot harder. Calculated Gamble would help. You could also take a Die for front-loaded AoE, but I mean, we have 2 finales. And realistically, Die is going to be most useful on turn 1, but we're going to be weak. So I'll take the gamble. That'll often let me play Finale on turn 1. Turn 1's a pretty good turn. I have no idea if this nerd is attacking me or not. Unfortunately for me. It's a bit of a problem. For me. I think I just gamble all of this. Try again here. Did not work the way I wanted it to. That did not work the way I wanted it to. Alright, well, we're probably taking some damage here. Ouch. See you later, well-laid plans. It was nice knowing you. Humans? Scaling power. Fighting Champ, huh? This would definitely be nice against Champ. And it's better than everything else, so I'll take it. Smiling Mask makes removals cheaper. Ninja Scroll gives us shivs on turn 1. Although we are weakened, and we have a bag of prep, so I'm gonna take the Sapphire Key. Because we don't have room in space. We don't have room in our hand here. Jaxed is kind of interesting. Adds another card to our deck. We could take additional strength on turn 1 when we're weakened. Or we can transform 2 cards, which will add them to the bottom. It'll change the order here. So that would make Grand Finale next up for removal. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, if I transform 2 cards, we're losing Grand Finale right here. Which is fine. Would transform Masterful Stab and I guess Quick Slash. Let's try it. So if you're wondering what's going on here, we're playing what I'm calling a rotating draft. Every time we complete a combat, we must remove the oldest card in the deck, the card in this slot. Which is terrifying. Means we don't get a lot of value out of upgrading our cards, because they'll be removed before the end of the run. But we've got a shovel, so that's nice. Courier! Ooh, okay. Courier lets me do stuff like flood the deck with cards if I need to. Wouldn't that be neat? Okay, Quick Slash is no longer a thing. Maybe I can get Expertise to draw me my 1 card? Maybe? Blech. So we just want to block this turn? That's actually fine, we can do that. That's totally fine and normal. Take a little bit, probably. But then we land the finale here. Oddly, Smooth Stone's nice. We gain 1 dex. Deck remove and deflect. Last time? Oh, the cards we've been seeing are not high quality. Are we gonna beat Champ? Or am I gonna upgrade Fumes before Champ and just like hope that's somehow enough? Oh, that's awesome, Suzuki Fox. I think a lot of new players have a really difficult time evaluating trade-offs and downsides in Spire. Cards like Corruption, Bias Cognition, Wraith Form, events like Mind Bloom, and relics like Runic Dome are really difficult to get a grasp on initially. Heard solve all of my problems? I don't think so. I think Glass Knife solves... I'm gonna need Glass Knife for damage later, probably. So I'm gonna pick it up here for the 7 gold as well. Oh boy, 7 gold. Just what I wanted. 7 entire gold. That is our... No, we do still have 2 finales for now. I'm gonna... Distraction. Stecco always confuses us on turn 1 and never attacks. Thereafter attacks for up to 20, I believe. No, 18, excuse me. Doesn't matter, you're dead. Alright, see you later, Grand Finale. It was nice knowing ya. Well, Terror lets us scale our physical damage for now. That's pretty good. Might need this to beat Champ. Yeah, it was defect we did the alphabetical or draw order in. Let's take a Terror. And I'll trade... No, I'll keep these exact potions. Gremlin Leader. Got to be very dead. No idea if he's attacking me or not. Doesn't really matter. Pick 1 if he is. Attacks for normally, So Gremlin Leader is one of the tough fights with Runic Dome. What he does on every turn is random. He's got a 6x3 multi-attack. He can buff himself and all his allies, and he can summon new allies. He cannot do the same thing twice in a row, ever. So he just buffed himself. He's either attacking me, which is a 25% chance, for a 10x3 attack, or he's summoning new minions, which is a 75% chance. And I have no way of knowing which of those two he's doing. This would currently draw 2. Need to draw a lot more than 2. Draw 4. Can't make it draw 4 without playing Leg Sweep. Make it draw 2. Wait. I can't count to 6. Right. Never mind. Well, I had that lined up, but I'm bad, so it's not lined up. Good job, me. Good job. Let's try doing that. Okay, he was summoning. Now it's again a, I think, 25% chance to attack, and then a 25% chance to, 75% chance to buff, or something like that. I'm just gonna kill him. That works. He will indeed only summon if he has 0 or 1 minions, that's right. Which means if he just buffed and there are at least 2 minions on the field, attack is guaranteed. From the Gremlin Leader. Alright, expertise is gone. We now have a Fossilized Helix, preventing the first time we would lose health each combat, and good block cards are being offered, or we could replace the expertise. But I think either a Piercing Wail or a Leg Sweep sounds really nice right about now. We have no Piercing Wails remaining. Would really like another Piercing Wail. Alright, thank you so much, Click of a Chicken. Cozy ass shirt. I like it. We also need damage, that's also true, huh? Well, when Flying Knee Plus is our best damage. Are Champ's turns set, or do they change? Oh boy, Champ's turns are very random, unfortunately for us. I think we have to use the finale successfully a lot of times to win this fight. Do I upgrade Noxious Fumes, or do I dig up a relic here? Yeah, on any given turn, Champ can do 5 different things. Actually, that's not quite true. 4 different things. But But he can do more than 4 different things. Just not on a given turn. What relics would I want to find? An egg? An egg would be exceptionally good. We'll dig. See what we get. Bottled? We said this would prevent a card from being removed. Do I make the grand finale permanent? Permanent finale. Turn 1 is not the turn we want to be drawing grand finale on, though, is the problem. In fact, we'll almost never be able to play it if we draw it on turn... Yeah, turn 1 finale is kind of crap, though, right? That's not very good. That is actually horrible. We could let the deck size dwindle so that we could play it every turn. That's a hilarious loophole. Huh. Is that gonna work? We are weak turn 1. That's okay, though. We'll be playing it on a lot of turns. The statuses from the heart are what I'm most concerned about right now. On the later turns. And our ability to mitigate that with a tiny deck size. Let's try it, though. It seems like our best odds right now. Coming with me, Grand Finale. You are coming with me. Alright, so. Champ has a really weird attack pattern. On turn 1, and the next couple turns, Champ has 4 different things he can be doing. He can do a large attack for 18. He can do the face slap, which is, I think, 12 or 13, and inflicting vulnerable and frail. He can buff himself with metallicize, and he can buff himself with strength. And it's totally random what he does. So I know on this turn I need to block for at least 20, or at least 18, excuse me, to make sure that I'm safe from Champ. Leg Sweep should cover that pretty well. Although not entirely, right? Yeah, no, Leg Sweep will cover that. And let's exhaust the cards that exhaust. Cool. Okay, we're going to go poison stacking, I guess. With that extra deadly poison. So that was the big hit. This is going to be enough block for this turn, too. So let's get that terror down now. Do I just adrenaline and gamble immediately? I don't think so. Want to stack poison as high as we can here. Okay, he went for metallicize, that's fine. Gonna be potentially attacking me. Champ can never do the same thing twice in a row. That's another one of the rules he operates under. So we know he cannot metallicize again this turn. Means he's either buffing strength or attacking me. Very, very likely he's going for the attack. So I want to make sure that I block here. Will not vulnerable or anything. He went for the inflicting vulnerable frown. And every 4th turn, if the turn number is divisible by 4, Champ is guaranteed to use his taunt ability, which inflicts weaken and vulnerable on you. So that's when he calls you a puny weakling, is every 4th turn, no matter what. And that'll let you plan ahead, even if you're not playing with Runic Dome. Knowing that your next turn will be safe will let you do things like decide better what to retain with well-laid plans, or what cards to play with Runic Pyramid if you're going to play a dodge and roll, something like that. Really important information to know in the Champ fight. So I don't need to block at all, but I will dodge a roll. Draw some cards here. Don't need to play that yet. Ooh, you're worst. 100% chance he did that. A bit of difficulty lining up this. Let's see. He would be hitting for... I'm vulnerable, he's not weakened, so this attack is going to be too much if I don't weaken him. Still will be too much, I think. Might break through my block here and take off my buffer stack. Yeah, he did. The bottled card is Grand Finale. Because I wanted to keep it around forever. Okay, poison's getting up there. It's time to start playing finales. I can do next turn. Times. Grand finale. Like a rip finale. Let's use a protect potion here. Okay, so the turn... I shouldn't have played the piercing well. The turn after Champ drops below half health, he will... buff his strength, and remove all negative status effects from himself. And then next turn he will try to execute me. Did I remove bottled cards? You can't remove bottled cards at the store, no. You might be able to with the console. I'm not sure how that'll work. If I tried. So I'll get 5 cards. How is this gonna work? Potentially play finale here, if I draw this correctly. Yeah. Check this out. And then backflip draws those 2 cards again. And I play finale again. Got him. And that's going to be essentially our strategy for the rest of the run, is letting the deck shrink down so we can keep doing that. Wait, that's illegal. It sure is. Alright, we lose our oldest card. Deck remove Deadly Poison. Doppelganger, Glass Knife, After Image feels like a good way to help us block, huh? Cards we add now are probably going to stay in the deck until the end of the run. But we need to make sure we can continue to survive, and we're actually quite interested in cards that remove themselves after they get played, so After Image is especially nice. Take that. Ooh. Transform Upgrade 3 is kind of interesting. Slaver's Collar gives us an extra energy during boss and elite combats. Or Philosopher's Stone makes enemies stronger, but gives us an extra energy every turn. I really like Astrolabe here, actually. Am I gonna remove Noxious Fumes? I guess so. I guess so. I'm down to lose Distraction. I'm honestly down to lose Glass Knife now that we're keeping Finale. Was the logic of bottling the Grand Finale was to save it from the removals, Jawworm, and now we can let the deck shrink because we know the Finale will never be removed. But I think I'm gonna Astrolabe. Although more energy is nice, actually. Hold on, more energy is nice. Upgraded cards are also nice. We don't have any of those currently. Astrolabe will cycle the deck through the rotation. I'm not too worried about that. Oh, but it might make After Image. Might make After Image get removed. That's true. How many more fights do I expect? Probably not quite enough. I think that After Image will just barely manage to stay alive. An Astrolabe. This might not be the right choice. Ooh, we got a Corpse Explosion? A Terror Plus. And a Flechette's Plus. Those are pretty good. Those are definitely pretty good. I am okay with that. Alright, I have so much money. Let's go to a store. The number of fights I enter is kind of important. Like, we kind of want the removals to shrink the deck down. But we also don't like fights that much. In terms of what they give us reward-wise. An interesting dilemma. That's a very interesting dilemma. Certainly I want to go to the shop, no matter what. I think that's true. I think that is true. Okay, I got no clue what these guys are doing. The only really knowledge you have with Runic Dome is that any Darkling that blocks is going to attack you next turn, but they can't block twice in a row. And the ones on the end are capable of doing a ×2 multi-attack, whereas the one in the middle cannot. So you should focus your efforts on the ones on the end to kill one first. Beyond that, you're kind of SOL. Okay, they all attacked, which makes me very grateful I used that piercing well. Okay, that'll let me gamble. For finale. And they also cannot multi-attack on turn 1, that's right. That's right. Okay, so deck remove leg sweep, rip leg sweep. We add either a Cloak and Dagger or nothing. I'm pretty cool with nothing here. Though we're gonna run out of block pretty shortly. A little worrisome. Who's our boss? We're only fighting one boss, because we're on Ascension 15. It's the Awakened one. Shouldn't be too hard with this grand finale. Several interesting things here. We can buy a lot of max health in the form of Lee's Waffle and the pair. We could buy 17 max health and go up to 88, which is a lot. Oddly tempted to remove a card. Is that smiling mask? The red plushie is Akabiko, making our first attack each combat do 9 additional damage. We have Courier too, so anything we buy gets replaced. Pound for pound, the Lee's Waffle is more max health per gold than the pair is, right? Pretty sure that's true. Let's see, at 124 divided by 7, that's 17 gold. 17.7 gold per hit point. And then, yeah, this would be 20.9 gold per hit point. So slight advantage to the Waffle here. I'll buy the Waffle. Behind it is the boot. We deal 4 less unblocked attack damage, increase it to 5. The stipulation, draft modifier. We're playing what I'm calling a rotating draft burning piggy. We started with the draft modifier, so we had 15 cards we chose. But then, whenever we win a combat, we remove the oldest card in the deck. So the cards in the deck right now have nothing in common with the cards in the deck that we started with. Been a constantly evolving process. Could shrink the deck. I'm a little worried that we end up shrinking it too much. It's gonna shrink whether I want it to or not. Take a pair. What about Smoke Bomb? Smoke Bomb would also cause me to remove a card. Just take the hit points. Just take the hit points. How many battles do we have remaining guaranteed? According to my current pathing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from the Spire elites. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there's only a wiggle room of 2 cards, or we lose the Afterimage. And there's only a wiggle room of 1 card, or we lose Piercing Wail. So we should keep every card in the deck right now, or we're at risk of losing these. Or I'd have to, like, change my pathing, and I don't want to do that. And I'm very likely to get more from question marks, because I'll take the fight from Mind Bloom right now. Although with Courier, maybe not. Buying a card won't help with that, because it'll go in the deck list after the Afterimage. It's all about managing the removal. Yeah, here's Mind Bloom. So do I fight for a Rare Relic, or do I take a Normality that I have no hope of removing anytime soon to get 999 gold? I don't think I do that. We could upgrade all cards. Actually, it's not very good, though. Like, we're gonna only keep 2 of them. Alright, so I'm fighting a boss. Was the outcome of Nilrees plus Master Reality. Does not work Swift Grey Fox, but Dead Branch does. Dead Branch does. Yeah, I could potentially play Finale here. Yeah, I can. Be careful here. Yeah. Let's just get rid of that. Okay, 10 cards in deck. Should be easy enough. Piercing Whale stops this nonsense. And this has a really high chance of letting me finale. Perfect. Still 1x6, even after Piercing Whale and Weaken. Wow. Wow. That is very silly. I could check out what, like, Hexios is doing. I don't think it's too relevant, though. They did. Gambling Chip. Start of each combat, discard any number of cards and draw that many. Well, that means we're getting turn 1 finales very consistently suddenly. So that's nice. Deck remove. Cloak and Dagger. About to lose our Backflip and Adrenaline. Take a Dagger Spray plus, a Dagger Throw, or a Blur. Honestly, not very excited about any of this, so probably gonna skip. Does anyone have the new Master Reality wording? I believe it is, cards created in combat are upgraded, is the wording. Yeah, we'll pass. Is this a mod letting me remove cards? This is the console from Mod the Spire that's letting me remove cards. I do need block. I'm just not convinced that a Blur without any dexterity is going to be that kind of block that we need. So I don't think I'll take it. Oh. I mean, we should look at these, right? Yeah, we should definitely look at these. These are going to stick around until the end of the run. They could be really good, like Dark Shackles, Panic Button. These are the kinds of block cards we're going to need. Take a look at 3 of them. With Question Card especially, we get a lot of option here. How about an Apotheosis? Impatience, also excellent. Really good card right now. Let's see what else we have on offer here. Deep Breath is kind of interesting. Yeah, 3/2 cost for the new Master Reality, that's right. Hey, there's the Dark Shackles. Enemy loses 9 strength this turn. Excellent against the heart. Less so with the Runic Dome. We'll make it work. Upgrade for Grand Finale is 10 additional damage. 60 to all enemies. Deep Breath, screw over the finale. Not with a deck this small, no. Not with a deck this small. With a larger deck, yes, it would. But we'll be able to do things like play the finale, then play the Deep Breath to draw it again immediately. Because we'll have every other card in hand. so it's very good. Impatience does basically the same thing. Once the Sucker Punch is gone and the flechettes are... We have to manually remove the flechettes to make that happen. I'm okay with that. Otherwise, Apotheosis is very good, too. Patience cannot be played while Grand Finale's in hand. Good point. I think I gotta take the shackles. We'll go with the deep breath. I am Niao. And this is another merchant. There's another deep breath here. Huh. Interesting. Also a prismatic shard. A little late for the prayer whale. Hold on. Oh, I can't afford these. No! Wait. How much gold am I short by? 194 plus 74. 268. Yes! Okay, I can buy them both. Because I'm short by 5 gold, and when I buy the deep breath, ceramic fish will give me 7 gold. So I can afford them both, if I want them. And that enables us to do something silly. Oh, that'll... Oh, because the after image will make that work. Deal. Freaking deal. Alright, we buy the letter opener, we buy the second deep breath. We rejoice. We rejoice. Alright, how many cards do I need to draw here? Four, 5. Yeah, that's perfect. Let's be finale flawlessly. Good. Go Apotheosis. Adrenaline. Backflip. Terror. Grand finale. Deep breath. Breath again. Let's tear out of here. I think I gamble. Breath. Breath again. I gamble. Breath. Gamble. Deep breath. Deep breath. Gamble. Deep breath. Gamble. Deep breath. Deep breath. Worst infinite ever, yeah. It's not even infinite yet. But it'll work later. Look. It works, okay? Alright, so Repromancer cannot attack you on turn 1, by the way. It's not a thing she does. Backflip will only draw 1 card, right? So I can finale again here. Deep breath. Gamble. Deep breath. Gamble. Okay, I think we're done, finally. I believe we are finally done. Okay, well that was silly and effective. Gremlin Horn. When an enemy dies, gain an energy, draw a card. Deck remove backflip. See you later, backflip. Hell no, I don't want any cards. I have the perfect deck now. Alright, we got a question mark combat. This is one of the reasons we were like, we can't... we didn't want to remove a card at the shop for that reason. For that reason... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is going to cause me to take 4... No, I have a buffer. Alright. I got a buffer. Good fight. Deck remove adrenaline. Sad to see you go. But you served us really well while you were there. nonsense that I don't want. I have a fairy in a bottle. Be a big deal. I'm gonna go to the Spire here. Yeah. Oh, that tactician might have been... Nah, we're not gonna need that. Tactician could let me do some weird things, but I can already do those weird things. Grab our recall here. And take our sun... Actually, we don't need the tactician because we got a sundial, which says every 3 times we shuffle the draw pile, gain 2 energy, and that is going to break with these 2 deep breath cards. Man, we just won with deep breath. That's hilarious. Hilarious. That is hilarious. That's so hilarious. Oh my gosh. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops. Grand. Deck remove. Backflip. So we can't remove the finale, we've said, because of the bottle. That's the rules I set out. And even though they're stupid, I'm going to abide by them. Ooh, I think I want this blur. I think I very much want this blur. What are the rules exactly? Great question, Mziggles. The rules are as follows. Every time we finish a combat, we remove the oldest card in the deck. And that is... anything in a bottle is exempt from that. So stuff is being constantly purged. And we're now using that to our advantage, which is doing a good job of showing why removals should be limited in Slay the Spire. Because you can do very broken things if they're not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The delayed explosion. That was great. Deck remove, dodge and roll. Well-laid plans? Who needs that stinky nonsense? Who needs that stinky nonsense? I don't think we need any of this. Yeah, we do not need any of this. Okay. So we want to remove 1, 2, 3... We want to remove exactly 3 more cards. So we would ideally like this to be the last fight that we deal with. What do we want this turn? Can I just kill him on turn 1? I feel like I definitely can, right? Super definitely can do that. Play that. Round 2. Round 2 again. And then I cannot kill him on turn 1. Okay, fair enough. So on turn 1, Nemesis can only be doing the multi-attack. He can't do his big attack. Or we can also add burns to our deck, which is really bad for us. That's bad. It's also intangible this turn. Starting on turn 2 onward, he has a chance of incorporating a 45 damage big hit into his moveset. There with poison though. Get there with poison. Let's go and I want to take a nap. All is well in the Spire today. Let's take a big, deep breath and relax. Captain's Wheel. Start of your 3rd turn, gain 18 block. Excellent relic. Deck remove calculated gamble. Hurts to say, but is happening. We're gonna not add any cards. Don't think I want an attack potion either. Yeah, we're currently vulnerable to bad draws. That's true. That is true. But I have a solution in mind. I'm gonna keep my money, too. What is the draft modifier? The draft modifier has you pick from... let's see, we'd be losing these two. This has caused us to lose a card, so I'm debating whether I take it. The draft modifier has you pick from 15 card awards to make your starting deck instead of starting with the regular starting deck. So we had a complicated deck at the start, but we were able to just... Let's fight this. We were able to... Like, they got constantly removed, so they didn't last long. How do we do this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Does that feel right? Breath. Breath. Yep. No idea if the draft modifier affects rare chances. Ice Cream says energy is conserved between turns. That's excellent. I think I like a block potion more than a strength bot. We remove Sucker Punch. That is now gone, and we add one of these if we want. Acrobatics is not bad, huh? Acrobatics helps us get more cards in hand. I think that's actually quite useful. So we'll pick that one up quite happily. We can upgrade now if we want to. Upgrading Apotheosis is not bad. Or we can dig up another relic. I think we're trending towards generating infinite energy on turn 1, so we do not need to upgrade Apotheosis. Bottled Tornado. I guess I have a Bottled Afterimage now, and that means Afterimage can't be removed. Which is actually quite good, because it means I get to remove Piercing Whale in the shop. How are we generating infinite energy with Sundial? Where are you, Sundial? Oh, you're over here. Every 3 times we shuffle our draw pile, I gain 2 energy. No, no worries if you couldn't figure it out, because it was off-screen. Off-screen. Alright, after image, you're safe. You are safe. Okay, this will be a good demonstration of what the deck does, I hope. So we go. It's actually quite relevant that I know what this is on. 0? Okay. So we have to image first. Then Apotheosis. Terror U. Finale U. Draw a bunch of cards. Draw a bunch more cards. Guaranteed to include Deep Breaths. Finale again. Also draws more cards. Now we can draw all the cards. Alright, this is what we're going to do against the heart. So I can have Deep Breath infinitely, which also generates infinite energy and infinite block. And in case that wasn't enough for you, only we get an ice cream, right? So this doesn't generate infinite block against the heart, you're right. And the heart is going to add statuses to our deck. And we need a solution to both of those. Unfortunately, the solution to those is Blur. We can insert Blur into this card cycle and play Blur an infinite number of times per turn. And not only does that let us generate infinite block in the space of Beat of Death, it's going to let us retain it for an infinite number of turns. So no matter how long it takes us to actually kill the heart on turn 2 through whatever, we're gonna be safe. So I'm just demonstrating what we're gonna do against the heart here. We don't actually need to do this against Awakened One, we can just kill him, right? Oh, I should get rid of the expiring cards too. I meant to play that. But I have to play all the cards that exhaust before I let that turn end. And yeah, we would die to any attack dealing more than 999. Not too many of those, fortunately. Or it takes the heart a long time to get to that, more accurately. Oh yeah, we can also cycle in Corpse Explosion, so that all we have to do is... we can win on turn 1, and then it just takes 3 turns. I like that. Alright, GG Awakened One. To thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Oh, Corpse Explosion is gonna get removed. No! Well, actually, hold on. Not if I don't want it, though. Gonna dig here. Pantograph. Alright, if we get to the heart, we'll heal 25. Here we can do a few things. We can buy orange pellets. We can buy any of these other cards, or we can remove a card. Oh, I just finished a... you're right, I just finished a battle, so we have to remove Terror. Terror. Excusez-moi. That's correct. So... I can remove Flechettes here. And then we remove Piercing... yeah, we can have Corpse Explosion for the heart fight if I remove Flechettes, which I'm gonna do. Flash of Steel we can insert into our cycle. None of these... truthfully, none of these matter. Not one bit. But I'll buy the pellets because they're fancy. Oh, Skewer? Yeah, Skewer's kind of hilarious. Should have thought about that. Skewer for the big hit. With a D. The big hit. Does this turn work? Apo. After image. Deep breath. Breath again. Oh yeah, we just immediately do the thing. Okay, well, that's pretty easy then. That's pretty easy then. Calipers, man, all that effort for the... all that effort for the blur, and we got a calipers? Kidding me, man. Gotta be kidding me. Alright, here it is, the corrupted heart of the Spire. AKA the Big Jerk. Known to his friends. So we're gonna skill potion, just in case that's somehow relevant. You can always skip it, right? Yeah, skipping is an option. Burst? Burst is goddamn hilarious here. That's a burst plus. Because our next two skills are played twice. So I'm gonna burst, deep breath. And then deep breath twice again. Wait, can we burst twice? That still has a bug, right? If we burst twice? Kind of, yeah. Well, I believe this is actually slower than just playing these normally. Although, hold on, it lets the deep breath draw itself. That's kind of cool, actually. If we'd only had one deep breath, the burst would have let us go infinite. Just build up some energy here. Start. Was the shovel worth 300 gold? Probably. Did some good stuff for us. Shovel did a good job. Shovel did a really good job. God, I'm a laze. If only I had a skewer. If only we'd seen a skewer at some point in the last 2 floors. Alright, so now we want to stack up a lot of poison with Corpse Explosion, right? So that our future turns are taken care of. Losing energy here, so something to keep an eye on. Otter Nate. Hey, Micro NS, I'm doing pretty good. If the current state of affairs wasn't indicative of that. Life is going good. See you later, Mathematician. Thanks for dropping by. So I'm like letter openering the heart to death while I'm doing this. I don't even think we're gonna play finale, hilariously. Also want to blur. Build up some block here. So we need at least... How much block here? Oh, we actually have enough block already. That's all we need. Okay. I really don't need much for this fight. In fact, I didn't need to block at all this fight. Other than, you know, blocking the beat to death on this turn. But I've always wanted to do this as a heart kill. I've never done the 2-turn heart kill before. Quite like this. Okay, we're over 300 poison. Play finale. And now, all I have to do, end turn twice. It's the perfect fight. Wait, does it die before it... It dies before it hits me once! Oh, that's so cool! Oh, that's so cool that you can do that. Got him. There was never a need to block. Huh. Go figure. GG. Art never attacked me. I've never done that before. GG. Oh, I drew the burn. Fair enough. Fair enough. GG. Wow. That was a wild one. That was a really wild one. Poison bypass at the cap or what? So how it works is that poison damages the opponent at the start of its turn, which happens to be just after the heart resets its damage cap. So what happened there was we dealt 300 damage on turn 1 with the letter opener and the grand finale. And then on turn 2, the heart immediately, on the start of the heart's turn, it immediately takes 300 damage from poison after the cap resets. Does the mega debuff. On turn 2, we end our turn. The heart starts its second turn, resets the damage cap again, and dies immediately then. So we essentially kill the heart at the start of the third turn of combat. But not really, because it's actually the start of the heart's second turn after our second turn. So there's only two rounds in that. Actually, ooh, I gotta know the does the run summary. 2 turns! It's official! 2-turn heart kill. It is possible if you use poison on Ascension 15. You could get a 3-turn heart kill on Ascension 20 using the same method, which is really cool. That's really cool. God, that's so cool. Wow. What a couple of runs today, hey? Really, really thrilled by the nonsense we get up to. For those of you who didn't see the run at the start of the stream, this happened. Off of a seeded Ascension 20 run. Which was pretty wild. Could have gotten infinite relics too. But 1,015 cards. So this one was done without modifiers and without any console commands. This was a totally normal run that just happened to get 1,000 cards. This is not the one posted on Reddit, unless somebody posted it since I just did it, actually, in which case it might be. I haven't been on Reddit while I was live, although I guess I could be. Did somebody post this on Reddit? Doesn't look like it. Somebody should post this on Reddit. Somebody should. You wanted, this was the seed that I used for this run, by the way. 76 ton. A legend. Totally normal. You know, like they are. Like they are. Alrighty, well, that is going to be it for me tonight. Ending a little bit early today. Got a bit of a raw throat feeling at the moment. So I'm figuring I should wind it down before I hurt myself. Gonna throw a host on over to the legendary Sneaky Teak. And your raid, I'm gonna throw a raid on over to him, and your raid message is going to be 1,015 is a totally reasonable amount of cards for an Ascension 20 run. Smile. There's your raid message. Post it in Sneaky Teak's chat. And say hello for me. We will be live again tomorrow, not later than 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm planning on doing some more ladder climbing in Slay the Spire. We might also do some Enter the Gungeon, because I've had a real itch to play more of that ever since I was forced against my will to play it yesterday. Oh, is he not currently at the screen? Uh-oh. I guess I have to stall for a little bit. Well, he's totally be right back. Alright, well, in that case, we gotta stall for at least a minute or two before the official end of stream. At least a minute or two. But event let me get all of these cards with infinite money right here. Like a Croid is what happened. This is where everything changed forever. Was knowing Skull. Exploiting the interaction between the Tungsten Rod, the Bloody Idol, and the Ceramic Fish with this event, and having a specific amount of maximum hit points allowed for us to add as many colorless cards to the deck as we wanted to, and as much gold as we wanted to. But only uncommon colorless cards. When did I last play Dominion? Oh man, like 4 years ago, probably? Been a while. It's been a while. Ask me anything while we're winding down stream here, by the way. Just waiting for Sneaky Teak to get off his break so that we can raid him. But if you've got questions or comments, now's the time. Hang out with chat here. Wondering if it's worth taking. If it was choose a colorless card, I think it would be a lot better. The only thing I see that would be problematic with that is that I imagine, based on how Ori works and how Tiny House works, I imagine you'd run into issues trying to open multiple reward screens in the same event. And I bet there would be a coding problem. Like, even if you tried to change that, it would be a huge coding nightmare. Because you're paying for them one at a time. If you could choose ahead of time how many to do, that would work fine. But if you're, like, clicking one at a time, I think it would break, probably. I like the idea, though. Very much like the idea. I think the random potion's worth it sometimes. From Knowing Skull, but mostly Knowing Skull is an event about trading health for money. And it's really rewarding if you have a good read on how many of your hit points you could trade away. The Lord of the Rings card game. The deck building one? I think I played that like one time at a board game night a long time ago. I remember it being not bad. Another deck builder that I remember being pretty okay was the Resident Evil deck building game. That one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. What other games do I play off-stream? I've been playing Kerbal Space Program lately. Glug, glug, glug. Working through a career file in that. Kerbal Space Program 2 got announced, like, a while ago. And I put about 200 hours into Kerbal Space Program previously. For those not in the know, Kerbal Space Program is a cutesy, like, space program simulator. Essentially, simulating missions to other celestial bodies. It's got a, like, essentially a parody version of our solar system. So you start on Earth, or Earth analog called Carbon, and there's 2 moons. The moon and a much smaller one called Minmus. And your goal is to create vessels and design missions that can explore to these other bodies and explore beyond to the other parts of the solar system. And it does so with really, like, quite detailed and true to reality orbital mechanics and, like, rocket mechanics. So it's got quite a lot of simulation aspects to it. More of a simulator than a game at times, for better or worse. But if that kind of thing appeals to you, I've learned more about space through playing Kerbal Space Program than I did in school. I didn't really take any space courses, but, like, I was always interested in space. But learning how to play KSP told me a lot more about space than I'd ever learned prior, which was really cool. It was really, really cool. Teak switching it up to some Risk of Rain. I see he's back in his stream. What did I study? I studied chemistry. I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry that I got back in 2012. And I worked in various chemistry teaching-related positions for, I want to say, 4 years before putting that to do what I'm doing now. Partially because the job market here in Connecticut for teachers is crap, although I think it's kind of crap everywhere at the moment in the United States, and partially because I found it unenjoyable in a lot of ways. The actual act of teaching I really enjoy, but the institutions that handle the teaching are not well run, in my opinion. And trying to fix that problem from within the system is a Sisyphean task that I'm not prepared to engage in when I could just... I prefer playing video games anyway, so why not teach people how to play video games? Yeah, a lot of students also check out. That's true. At the college level where I taught it, it wasn't quite as true because everyone's paying to be there. So there's a higher level of engagement from the students than you'd see in, say, high school or middle school. Which I didn't want to touch with a 10-foot pole for so many reasons. I didn't want to talk to anybody's parents, was ultimately it. So I'm like, I'm never going to teach high school. But I do another run today? No. We are heading out here. I'm actually just about to raid Sir Sneaky Teak, who we're going to say hello to by typing in 1015 is a totally reasonable amount of cards for an Ascension 20 run, smiley face. Post that in Teak's chat for me, if you will. Say hello and enjoy his show. He's doing roguelike A Risk of Rain 2, and I hope you all have a great time. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you all tomorrow for some more Slay the Spire / possibly Enter the Gungeon action. And I hope to have you then. Ta-ta for now, everybody.